Hey, David here. We're back live again with part 4 in the Philosophy of Science series. So, I've been enjoying doing this. A lot of good research, a lot of interesting stuff, a lot more to cover, uh, helping sort through some of my thoughts in terms of how I want to approach what I'm calling the truth hypothesis. And you're just someone who's been a student of science and engineering my whole life to clarify and think about some of these topics some more. So, it's been pretty interesting, and I'll probably do Sunday, another one, possibly Wednesday. I think Passover is next week. So, possibly one or two next week, and then I'll probably wait till after Passover and might try to do an Ask the Rabbi, maybe Ask Me Anything during Passover. So these are pretty topical and just trying to stay on point topical and mostly me reading. And it's also somewhat related to memory techniques where I want to really get this stuff down good, clarify in my mind, understand uh, these various theories, names, processes, methods, because there's a lot here. And eventually, when I start moving towards the multiple truth hypothesis, a lot of these ideas are going to come back and forth again and again, and I'm going to need to have it extremely well organized in my head to be able to move forward. So let me make a blessing. Today, we're going to talk about David Hilbert and his program, the Axiomatization attempt at mathematics and physics in general. We've mentioned a week in review many times how Hilbert was the general lecturer of the Royal Society of Berlin. Yeah, I mentioned the method of Loki, um, but that's really just a technique. So I don't know if there's any trick, just to review, 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 talk it out. Um, as where the method of Loki is more a technique. So for this, like, I don't think a technique is going to help. That's why I'm putting out there the hard work, the hard effort, in order to just work through this stuff. Because I don't think any mental tricks or techniques are going to be sufficient to really understand these complicated topics. So talked about in Week in Review many times, David Hilbert and his 23 questions about unresolved issues in mathematics, some of them including like the Riemann hypothesis on prime numbers. A lot of them were more vague in terms of axiomatization. And the sixth problem of Hilbert was the axiomatization of physics. So we're going to talk about Hilbert's axiomatization, mostly related to mathematics, um, but how that relates. And Hilbert is somewhat uh, adjacent to the Vienna Circle, as we discussed last time. We're going to talk more about. Then we're going to talk about the unity of science, the philosophy, the trying to understand how all science could be unified. What does it mean, the unity of science, the various schools, history of unification of science, and currently where it stands, and even a pushback of somewhat actually descendants of logical positivism and the Vienna Circle, which would be called the disunity of science. So that should be pretty interesting. Then I'm going to go over logical empiricism, logical positivism, which some historians, we talked about the historiography of science, the philosophy of science. Some historians will put together the Vienna Circle and logical positivists. Some will say that logical positivism was the inheritors of the Vienna Circle. Some say, well, it was its own separate movement. So there's going to be quite a bit of overlap with the Vienna Circle, but we'll talk about logical positivism, which to some extent is the post-Vienna Circle, a lot of it happening in America, a lot of it the discipleship of the Vienna Circle, which is probably the last major school in the philosophy of science, and it's related to the unification of science. And one of the major pushes of the Vienna Circle and the logical positivist was to unify the sciences under an axiomatic method, which largely fails and leaves us where we are today, without really a unified philosophy of science. And philosophy of science, I don't even think there's that many departments in the world, like consciousness studies that actively. I don't even think University of Michigan, they might have a class on it, but I mean doesn't have a department on the philosophy of science. Maybe like Columbia, UCLA, um, MIT. A few schools might have a philosophy of science department. And then we're going to look at Einstein and Einstein's philosophy of science, and we'll see, was Einstein, so to say, an epistemological opportunist? And Einstein is adjacent to the Vienna Circle. He was in Berlin for a period of time. Then was at Princeton with a lot of the uh, members of the Vienna Circle. And many consider Einstein a realist or logical positivist. But kind of what I was talking at the end of the last program with the UC undergrad in the chat was Einstein was kind of a pick and choose type. And of physicists, he was very into the philosophy of science, had a lot of discourse with various philosophers of science, wrote a lot, spoke a lot about the topic of the philosophy of science, but wasn't really part of a school and had a pick and choose type attitude and method towards the philosophy of science. And then hopefully we'll look at measurement in science and the philosophy, how we understand measurement. So let's go over quickly the first three streams, because there's a lot of material and covered a lot, and these streams have been averaging close to 5 hours, and there's a lot of content here, so there's a lot to get through, and I'm just scratching the surface of this. But so the first episode, I did the overview of the philosophy of science, talked about the historiography of science, internalism and externalism. And in this, I'm focusing the majority on the internalistic perspective of just the ideas and how the ideas built off of each other, not so much the externalism perspective about the societal, social, cultural factors that were part of the time, but that a topic we might return to. And the first episode, I jumped straight into Thomas Kuhn's structure of scientific revolutions, and you see, because that will come up. Hobbes is the structure of scientific. Kuhn's structure of scientific revolutions, one of the most well-known texts on the subject, and then talked about Hobbes' philosophy of science, where Hobbes kind of predates the philosophy of science and sets the tone for future materialism to have science only dealing with material facts. And then somewhat an overview of the role of theory and observation in science, which covers a big gamut. So most of these I've been doing kind of a history and then one topic that covers the wide view topical. And you will see I might finish quite a bit of the historical stuff in today's program. So in part two, talked about the scientific revolution of Newton, Francis Bacon, John Locke's philosophy of science and his relationship to Isaac Newton and the founding of the Royal Society of London. You briefly touched upon how this might eventually relate to the multiple truth hypothesis. I mean, it's definitely going to relate to the multiple truth hypothesis, kind of the due diligence. And then read Scientific Representation, an introduction to model theory. What exactly do scientific theories represent? How do they match and correspond to, so to say, a target system? And we looked at Kant's philosophy of science, and then the philosophy of technology. And Kant is extremely important. We've talked a lot about Kant. And episode 3 was like half about Kant. I read hours about Kant, and it's something you really got to get right, because philosophy of science to some extent starts with Kant, and some say it starts after Kant. But yeah, Foucault, I might also get a little bit into Foucault. I mean, and I think he's got his famous like debates with Noam Chomsky, and you have some relevant uh, information to the science of philosophy. Uh, so Descartes had laid out the foundation. His analogy, metaphor was of the tree where the roots are metaphysics, and physics is the branch, or math and physics is the branch, is the trunk, and then the branches are the various subfields. And generally, when we were looking at Locke, Hobbes, science was not termed. Science was called natural philosophy. And like William Wehel in the early 1800s terms the word science and somewhat like of a Kantian faction. Science coming from the Greek word for knowledge, and Kant, who went deep into the metaphysical basis of knowledge in the role of experiment and observation and determinants of truth in his transcendental method and a priori, where you have a combination of mental processes connected to empirical observations. And so Kant is basically the formal basis for what becomes the philosophy of science, because as before, uh, it was largely part of natural philosophy. And you would say, well, Leibniz and Descartes were big into metaphysics. Newton had some philosophy, but he basically worked on the method, and so to say, maybe was willing to let others deal with the metaphysics. And then so in episode 3, talked about Kant and Hume on causality, and this is going to become important also. This concept of causality, like Jennifer and her concept of science is like, well, a model that makes predictions. And like, well, what is a model? A model is generally a relationship, a model of causal relationships. And so David Hume and Immanuel Kant are somewhat pre-science of philosophy, and they're talking metaphysical foundations and about causal relationships and the relationship between observation, the scientific method, and knowledge. And so, went in length on Kant and Hume on causality. Then we looked at the structure of scientific theories, the syntactic, semantic, and pragmatic view of, so to say, mathematics, metamathematics, or pragmatic views, where what is science exactly? Science, logical structures. Is science mathematical formulations, all neatly put into logical statements and models? Or the more current understanding of the pragmatic view, where science is more a mix of whatever is necessary. So not just logical statements and sentences and mathematical formulas, but also data, antidotes, pieces of metaphysics, examples altogether. And when we talk about unity in science today and disunity, where the syntactic and semantic view more lends to there being some sort of unified method to express all sciences, as opposed to the pragmatic view saying that we might not be able to unify science, and a scientific theory could include many things, including some things that might be considered unscientific. And then we went to the Neo-Kantians and the Marburg School, and I covered the Southwest School also. The Marburg School is more important for science and the physics, and leading into the Vienna Circle. However, the Southwest School had many interesting topics in relationship to social sciences, and then talked about the Vienna Circle, and that was at length, for like an hour, 45 minutes about the Vienna Circle, a lot of information. And the Vienna Circle forms the basis somewhat for modern science that will be logical positivism that we talk about today. So today I have here Hilbert program, and then we can talk about the unity of science and logical empiricism, Einstein's philosophy of science, and measurement in science. So hopefully I'll get through all of these, and could be quite a while, like 5 hours, mostly reading. If people have comments or comments in the chat, feel free to talk with each other, or do an @Duvid, and I'll try to address it at least in between headings. So I might continue reading till the subsection, which in some cases could be as long as 10 minutes, but I'll try to at least address any comments at the breaks in the subsections. And just make a few more comments before I get started with Hilbert. And there's going to be a lot to it. I've been looking through and reading a lot of books. I've been reading a lot of the original material of a lot of the names. I read a lot of Rudolf Carnap, and we'll see Rudolf Carnap has a lot of theories. He wrote a lot on a lot of topics. He was the editor for one of these journals on the unity of science, and he lasted in academia a long time, decades. And I say the fallout, the philosophy of science, to some extent, I mentioned the Southwest School of Neo-Kantians, that basically what happened was you had a period of time up till after Kant where metaphysics was the main topic that was important, and then from metaphysics derived science, and then from the Neo-Kantians to the Vienna Circle, you had the push of anti-metaphysics, and we'll see that today, more about this anti-metaphysics and the logical positivism, where even though science derives from metaphysics, once you had the scientific method and the scientific method started giving truths, and it became less informative of metaphysical explanations of, so to say, science, the product of the scientific method, there became skepticism towards metaphysics. And, if you talk about, like, metaphysics includes causal relations. So we talk about science, we talk about the product of the scientific process, and experimentation, testing, revision, iteration of the methods again and again to continued accuracy and precision towards results, where the scientific method produced a lot of insight into the workings of the material realm. By the 19th century, the majority of physical phenomenon were somewhat understood, given equations to, in terms of the relation. Hey, John, good to see you. The relationships between properties and scientific laws and engineering, until the quantum revolution. And you also have the biological sciences, and I'll talk about those probably more. So, like, physics is really at the heart of the philosophy of science. However, we'll move beyond just the physics aspect, but the physics is the most stable, profound of the scientists, but the science is the most exact of them. However, move on to the biological sciences. But what happened was, because science was so successful and because metaphysical explanations of cause and effect generally did not adhere with the experimental direction. So once you avow yourself to the scientific method, you have to somewhat follow the truth, follow where the facts take you. So you could have a metaphysical theory about cause and effect, and you start doing experimentation, look into a phenomenon, and you have to follow the facts. And so to have science as a subfield of metaphysics became problematic, because metaphysics gave gave philosophical explanations of cause and effect that did not always match, or even generally historically did not match, and even contradicted uh, the evidence, the result of the scientific method in testing and experimentation. So at a certain point, you say, well, what's the value of metaphysics? And then you even have a backlash where science becomes divorced from metaphysics, and then you have the push the other way, where instead of having metaphysics inform science, you're going to have science inform metaphysics in terms of causal relations. To say, well, the best nature of determining causal relations is not some sort of intellectual philosophical endeavors, maybe aided by logic and syllogism, but testing and experimentation. And so you said the Marburg School, the Neo-Kantians, had a lot of insight on the social sciences, psychology, anthropology, politics, and now you have that largely as a field where unification has largely failed. So you have the scientific method informing all fields, and that's like the study. Like, what study are you quoting? The facts of some sort of study, and it comes into measurement, and even like social phenomenon, political phenomenon, economic phenomenon. We'll talk a little bit more about that today, of how the scientific method now in reverse informs metaphysical causal relations in higher fields. Although you still have philosophy largely from morals and values, from an understanding that science can't inform morals and values, and then wherever a person has their moral or value system, to have that as some sort of boundary condition on science needing to operate within moral boundaries, or attempts at like utilitarianism to derive, and it's very difficult to derive scientifically any moral values. So you could just postulate like the Ahimsa principle, maximizing good or limiting pain, and then trying to use that as a boundary condition superimposed upon science. So those are things to keep in mind, and topics we'll cover in the future. Today will largely include the large philosophical overviews, and there's a lot more to cover. Then we'll probably get more in depth into subfields and topics within the science of philosophy, and then try also to look into moving in the direction of understanding the science of consciousness. And we'll have to look into the philosophy of biology, and because biology is probably the most important of the sciences today. Although physics is like the king of the sciences, biology is the most studied science and somewhat the most important of the sciences, and physics is mostly connected to engineering and building devices that we talked about on the second stream of technology. So I'm going to jump right in, and a lot of reading, a lot to cover today. So Hilbert's program. And let me just check my sound. Okay, so it looks good. So, as you mentioned, David Hilbert, one of the most famous mathematicians. Hilbert space is one of the precursors for Einstein's general relativity, and a lot of quantum mechanics today, and it was a big name at the Berlin Royal Society, and most important for the attempt to axiomatize and unify mathematics and physics and the sciences in somewhat an attempt that will fail. So we'll see that today, and this more focuses on the mathematics. And I'm going to avoid too deep of a discussion about the intricacies of something like the Gödel's incompleteness theorem and the mathematics, although it's possible we'll return more to that as the series goes on. Hilbert's program. In the early 1920s, the German mathematician David Hilbert, 1862 to 1943, put forward a new proposal for the foundation of classical mathematics, which has come to be known as Hilbert's program. It calls for a formalization of all mathematics in axiomatic form, together with the proof that the axiomatization of mathematics is consistent. The consistency proof itself was to be carried out using what Hilbert called finitary methods, the special epistemological character of finitary reasoning that then yields the requirement justification of classical mathematics. Although Hilbert proposed his program in this form only in 1921, various facets of it are rooted in foundational work of his going back to around 1900, when he first pointed out the necessity of giving a direct consistency proof of analysis. Work on the program progressed significantly in the 1920s, with contributions from logicians such as Paul Bernays, Wilhelm Ackermann, John von Neumann, and Jacques Herbrand. It was also a great influence on Kurt Gödel, whose work on the incompleteness theorem were motivated by Hilbert's program. Gödel's work is generally taken to show that Hilbert's program cannot be carried out. It has nevertheless continued to be an influential position in the philosophy of mathematics, and starting with the work of Gerhard Gentzen in the 1930s, work on the so-called relativized Hilbert program have been central to the development of proof theory. Historical development of Hilbert's program. Early work on foundations. Hilbert's work on the foundation of mathematics has its root in the work on geometry of the 1890s, culminating in his influential textbook, Foundations of Geometry, 1899. Hilbert believed that the proper way to develop any scientific subject rigorously required an axiomatic approach. In providing axiomatic treatment, the theory would be developed independently of any need for intuition, and it would facilitate an analysis of the logical relationship between the basic concepts of and the axioms. Of basic importance for an axiomatic treatment are Hilbert investigation of the independence and, above all, of the consistency of the axioms. For the axioms of geometry, consistency can be proved by providing an interpretation of the systems in the real plane, and thus the consistency of geometry is reduced to the consistency of analysis. The foundation of analysis, of course, itself requires an axiomatization and consistency proof. Hilbert provided such an axiomatization in 1900, but it clearly became clear very quickly that the consistency of analysis faced significant difficulties, in particular because the favored way providing a foundation for analysis in Dedekind's work relied on dubious assumptions akin to those that led to the paradox of set theory and Russell's paradox in Frege's foundation of arithmetic. Hilbert thus realized that a direct consistency proof of analysis, one that was not based on reduction to another theory, was needed. He proposed the problem of finding such proofs as the second of his 23 mathematical problems in his address to the International Congress of Mathematicians in 1900, and presented a sketch of such a proof in his Heidelberg talk in 1905. Several factors delayed the further development of Hilbert's foundational program. One was perhaps the criticism of Poincare in 1906 against what he saw as a vicious circular use of induction in Hilbert's sketch consistency proof. Hilbert also realized that axiomatic investigations required a well-worked out logical formalism. At the time, he relied on a conception of logic based on the algebraic tradition, in particular on Schroeder's work, which was not particularly suited as a formalization for the axiomatization of mathematics. The influence of Principia Mathematica. The publication of Russell and Whitehead's Principia Mathematica provided the required logical basis for a renewed attack on foundational issues. Hilbert himself returned to the work on foundational issues in 1917. September 1917, he delivered an address to the Swiss Mathematical Society entitled Axiomatic Thought. In his first published contribution to mathematical foundations since 1905, in it, he again emphasized the requirement of consistency proofs for axiomatic systems. The chief requirement of a theory of axioms must go farther than merely avoiding known paradoxes, namely, to show that within every field of knowledgeable contradictions based on the underlying axiom system are absolutely impossible. He poses the proof of consistency of arithmetic and of set theory again as the main open problems. In both these cases, there seems to be nothing more fundamental available to which the consistency could be reduced other than logic itself. And Hilbert then thought that the problem had essentially been solved by Russell's work in Principia. Nevertheless, other fundamental problems of axiomatics remained unresolved, including the problem of the decidability of every mathematical question, which also traces back to Hilbert's 1900 address. These unresolved problems of axiomatics led Hilbert to devote significant efforts to work on logic in the following years. Finitism in the quest for consistency proofs. Within the next few years, however, Hilbert came to reject Russell's logicist solution to the consistency problem for arithmetic. At the time, Brouwer's intuitionistic mathematics gained currency. In particular, Hilbert's former student, Hermann Weyl, converted to intuitionism. Weyl's paper, The New Foundational Crisis in Mathematics, 1921, was answered by Hilbert in 3 talks in Hamburg in the summer of 1921. Here, Hilbert presented his own proposal for a solution to the problem of the foundation of mathematics. This proposal incorporated Hilbert's ideas from 1904 regarding direct consistency proofs, his conception of axiomatic systems, and also the technical developments in the axiomatization of mathematics in the work of Russell, as well as further developments carried out by him and his collaborators. What was new in the way in which Hilbert wanted to imbue his consistency project with the philosophical significance necessary to answer Brouwer and Weyl's criticism, the finitary point of view. According to Hilbert, there is a privileged part of mathematics, continental elementary number theory, which relies only on a purely intuitive basis of concrete signs, whereas the operating with abstract concepts was considered inadequate and uncertain. There is a realm of extralogical discrete objects which exist intuitively as immediate experience before all thought. If logical inference is to be certain, then these objects must be capable of being completely surveyed in all the parts, and their presentation, their difference, their succession, like the objects themselves, must exist for us immediately, intuitively, and as something which cannot be reduced to something else. These objects were for Hilbert signs. The domain of central number theory consists in the finitary numeral sequence of strokes. These have no meaning. They do not stand for abstract objects, but they can be operated around on, concatenated, and compared. Knowledge of their properties and relations is intuitive and unmediated by logical inference. Continental number theory developed this way is secure according to Hilbert. No contradiction can arise simply because there is no logical structure in the propositions of continental number theory. The intuitive continental operations with signs forms the basis of Hilbert's metamathematics. Just as continental number theory operates with sequences of strokes, so metamathematics operates with sequences of symbols, formulas, proofs. Formulas and proofs can be syntactically manipulated, and the properties and relationships of formulas and proof are similarly based in a logic-free intuitive capacity, which guarantees certainty of knowledge about formulas and proofs arrived at by such syntactic operations. Mathematics itself, however, operates with abstract concepts. quantifiers, sets, functions, and uses logical inference based on principles such as mathematical induction or the principles of the excluded middle. These concept formations and modes of reasoning had been criticized by Brouwer and others on ground that they presuppose infinite totalities as given, or that they involved predictive definitions, which were considered by critics as viciously circular. Hilbert's aim was to justify their use. To this end, he pointed out that they can be formalized in axiomatic systems, such as that of Principia or those developed by Hilbert himself. And mathematical propositions and proofs thus turn into formulas and derivations from axioms according to strictly circumscribed rules of derivation. Mathematics, so Hilbert, becomes an inventory of provable formulas. In this way, the proofs of mathematics are subject to metamathematics, continental investigation. The goal of Hilbert's program is to give a contextual metamathematical proof that there can be no derivation of a contradiction. This sketch of the aims of the programs was fleshed out by Hilbert and his collaborators in the following 10 years. Hilbert and Bernays developed the epsilon calculus as their definitive formalism for axiomatic systems. For arithmetic and analysis, Hilbert there also presented his approach to giving consistency proof using his so-called epsilon substitution method. Ackermann, 1924, attempted to extend Hilbert's idea to a system of analysis. So I'll have to come back to more of the finer details about Hilbert and the mathematics. It's interesting to say the primitive or grounding is logic the primitive in mathematics derivative of logic? Is mathematics a unique structure that is independent of logic? Is axiomatization a logical endeavor? And many of these things are still debated among mathematicians, and there'll be an overlay between the philosophy of mathematics and the philosophy of science, specifically physics, where in many ways science or physics becomes applied mathematics, and that could be disputed. And so we'll talk about that more in terms of model theory and the formulation of what is a scientific theory. A scientific theory is simply a mathematical representation that we talked about a little bit in the second episode. The impact of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Gödel's incompleteness theorem showed that Hilbert's optimism was undue. In September 1930, Kurt Gödel announced his first incompleteness theorem at a conference in Königsberg. Von Neumann, who was in the audience, immediately recognized the significance of Gödel's result for Hilbert's program. Shortly after the conference, he wrote Gödel telling him that he had found a corollary to Gödel's result. Gödel had found the same result already independently, the second incompleteness theorem, asserting that the system of Principia does not prove the formalization of the claim that the system of Principia is consistent. All the methods of finitary reasoning used in the consistently proof up till then were believed to be formalized in Principia. However, hence, if the consistency of Principia were provable by the methods used in Ackermann's proof, it should be possible to formalize this proof in Principia, but this was what the second incompleteness theorem states is impossible. Bernays also realized the importance of Gödel's result immediately after he studied Gödel's paper in January 1931, writing to Gödel that under the assumptions that finitary reasoning can be formalized in Principia, the incompleteness theorem shows that a finitary consistency proof of Principia is impossible. The finitary point of view. The cornerstone of Hilbert's philosophy of mathematics and the substantially new aspect of his foundational thought from 1922 onward consisted in what he called the finitary standpoint. The methodological standpoint consists in a restriction of mathematics thought to those objects which are intuitively present and immediately experienced prior to all thought, and to those operations on the methods of reasoning about such objects which do not require the introduction of abstract concepts, in particular without appeal to completed infinite totalities. There are several basic and interrelated issues in understanding Hilbert's finitary standpoint. What are the objects of finitary reasoning? What are the finitary meaningful propositions? What are the finitary acceptable methods of construction and reasoning? Finitary objects in finitist epistemology. Hilbert characterized the domain of finitary reasoning in a well-known paragraph which appears in roughly the same formulation of all Hilbert's more philosophical papers from the 1920s. As a condition for the use of logical inference is and the performance of logical operations, something must always be given to our faculty of representation, certain extra-logical concrete objects that are intuitively present as immediate experience prior to all thought. If logical inference is to be reliable, it must be possible to survey these objects completely in all their parts, and the fact that they occur, that they differ from one another, and that they follow each other or are concatenated is immediately given intuitively together with the objects as something that can neither be reduced to anything else nor requires reduction. This is the basic philosophical position that I consider requisite for mathematics and in general for all scientific thinking, understanding, and communication. These objects for Hilbert, the signs. The question of how exactly Hilbert understood the numerals is difficult to understand. They are not physical objects, since it must always be possible to extend numeral by adding another stroke. Their shape can be generally and certainly recognized by us independent of space and time on the special conditions of the production of the sign and of the insignificant differences in the finished product. They are not mental constructions since their properties are objective, yet their existence is dependent on the intuitive construction. What is clear in any case is that they are logically primitive. They are neither concepts, as Sprague's numbers are, nor sets. What is important here is not primarily their metaphysical status, abstract versus concrete in the current sense of these terms, but that they do not enter into logical relations. They cannot be predicated on anything. In Bernays' most mature presentation of finitism, the objects of finitism are characterized as formal objects, which are recursively generated by a process of repetition. The stroke symbols are then concrete representations of these formal objects. The question of what Hilbert thought the epistemological status of the objects of finitism is equally difficult. In order to carry out the task of providing a secure foundation for infiniteistic mathematics, access to finitary objects must be immediate and certain. Hilbert's philosophical background was broadly Kantian, as was Bernays, who was closely affiliated with the Neo-Kantian school of philosophy around Leonard Nelson at Göttingen. Hilbert's characterization of finitism often refers to Kantian intuition, and the objects of finitism as objects given intuitively. Indeed, Kant's epistemology, immediacy, is a defining characteristic of intuitive knowledge. The question is, what kind of intuition is at play? Mancuso, 1998, identifies a shift in this regard. He argues that whereas the intuition involved in Hilbert's early papers was kind of perceptual intuition, in later writings it is identified as a form of pure intuition in the Kantian sense. However, at roughly the same time, Hilbert still identifies the kind of intuition at play as perceptual. Hilbert sees the finite model of thought as a separate source of a priori knowledge, in addition to pure intuition and reason, claiming that he has recognized and characterized the third source of knowledge that accompanies experience and logic. Both Bernays and Hilbert justify finitary knowledge in broadly Kantian terms, without, however, going so far as to provide a transcendental deduction, characterizing finitary reasoning as the kind of reasoning that underlies all mathematical is indeed scientific thinking, and with such thought would be impossible. So I'm going to skip some of this theory within more pure philosophy of mathematics, although it's important. In many ways, the philosophy of science is derivative, especially in unity theories, where the philosophy of science, if it's going to be unified, will be unified mathematically. And that's the importance of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, that it largely displaced the hope of some sort of logical formulation of the unification of all the sciences. And that would be where something like multiple truth hypothesis would come in, because you're not going to have one unifying truth because the implications of the incompleteness theorem, and therefore you would need some sort of method like the multiple truth hypothesis to navigate the multiple theories that could never be demonstrated to be conclusive or to be capable of unifying all knowledge. Formalism, reductionism, and instrumentalism. Weil described Hilbert's project as replacing contentual mathematics by a meaningless game of formulas. He noted that Hilbert wanted to secure not truth, but the consistency of analysis, and suggested a criticism that echoes an early one by Frege. Why should we take consistency of a formal system of mathematics as a reason to believe in the truth of the pre-formal mathematics it codifies? Is Hilbert's meaninglessness inventory of formulas not just the bloodless ghost of analysis, while suggested solution? If mathematics is to remain a serious cultural concern, then some sense must be attached to Hilbert's game of formulae, and I see only one possibility of attributing it, including its transfinite components, an independent intellectual meaning. In theoretical physics, we have before us the great example of a kind of knowledge of completely different character than the common or phenomenal knowledge that expresses purely what is given in intuition. Well, in the case, every judgment has its own sense that is completely realizable within intuition. This is by no means the case for the statements of theoretical physics. In that case, it is rather the system as a whole that is in question if confronted with experience. The analogy with physics is striking, and one we find similar ideas in Hilbert's own writing. Perhaps Hilbert was influenced by this idea by Wilde. Though Hilbert's first proposals focused exclusively on consistency, there is a noticeable development in Hilbert's thinking in the direction of general reductiveness project of a sort quite common in the philosophy of science at the time. In the second half of the 1920s, Hilbert replaced the consistency program with a conservativity program. Formalized mathematics was to be considered by analogy with theoretical physics. The ultimate justification for the theoretical part lies in its conservativity over real mathematics. Whenever theoretical ideal mathematics proves a real proposition, that proposition is also intuitively true. This justifies the use of transfinite mathematics. It is not only internally consistent, but it proves only true intuitive propositions, and indeed all, since the formalization of intuitive mathematics is part of the formalization of all mathematics. In 1926, Hilbert introduced a distinction between real and ideal formulas. Hilbert presents first a formal system of quantifier-free number theory, about which he says that the provable formula we acquire is this way after all have the character of the finite. Then the transfinite axioms, quantifiers, are added to simplify and complete the theory. Here he draws the analogy with the method of ideal element for the first time. In my proof theory, the transfinite axioms and formula are joined to finite axioms, just as the theory of complex variables, the imaginary elements, are joined to the real, and just as in geometry, the ideal constructions are joined to the actual. When Hilbert in 1926 explicitly introduced the notion of an ideal proposition, and in 1928, when he first speaks of real propositions in addition to the ideal, he is quite clear that the real part of the theory consists only of decidable variable-free formulas. They are supposed to be directly capable of verification, akin to the propositions derived from laws of nature, which can be checked by experiment. The new picture of the program was this: classical mathematics is to be formalized in a system which includes formalization of the directly verifiable by calculation propositions of consensual finite number theory. The consistency proof should show that all real propositions which can be proved by ideal methods are true and can be directly verified by finite calculation. Hilbert further suggested restrictions on the theory in addition to conservativity, simplicity, brevity of proofs, economy of thought, and mathematical productivity. The formal systems of transfinite logic is not arbitrary. This formula game is carried out according to certain definite rules in which the technique of our thinking is expressed. The fundamental idea of my proof theory is none other than to describe the activity of our understanding, to make a protocol of the rules according to which our thinking actually proceeds. When Weil, 1928, eventually turned away from intuitionism, he emphasized this motivation of Hilbert's proof theory, not to turn mathematics into a meaningless game of symbols, but to turn into a theoretical science which codifies scientific mathematical practice. Most philosophers of mathematics writing on Hilbert have read him as instrumentalist. They read Hilbert's explanation that the ideal propositions have no meaning in themselves, as claiming that classical mathematics is a mere instrument and that statements of transfinite mathematics have no truth value. To the extent that this is accurate, it must be understood as a methodological instrumentalism. A successful execution of the proof theoretic program would show that one could pretend as if mathematics was meaningless. The analogy with physics is therefore not transfinite propositions have no meaning, just as propositions involving theoretical terms have no meaning, but transfinite propositions require no direct intuitive meaning, just as one does not have to directly see electrons in order to theorize about them. Hallett in 1990 comes to the following conclusion. Hilbert's treatment of philosophical questions is not meant as a kind of instrumentalist agnosticism about existence and truth and so forth. On the contrary, it is meant to provide a non-skeptical and positive solution to such problems, a solution couched in cognitively accessible terms, and it appears the same solution holds for both mathematical and physical theories. Once new concepts or ideal elements or new theoretical terms have been accepted, then they exist in the sense in which any theoretical entities exist. Hilbert's program and Gödel's incompleteness theorems. Initially, Gödel and Bernays thought that the difficulty for the consistency proof of Peano arithmetic could be overcome by employing methods which, although not formalizable in Peano arithmetic, are nonetheless finitary. Peano arithmetic is the symbolic formulation formulated by an Italian mathematician, Peano, that was used and codified by Russell and Whitehead in the Principia. Whether such methods would be considered finitary according to the original conception of finitism or constitute an extension of the original finitist viewpoint is a matter of debate. The new methods considered include a finitary version of the omega rule posed by Hilbert. It is fair to say, however, that after about 1934, it has been almost universally accepted that the methods of proof accepted as finitary prior to Gödel's results are all formalizable in Peano arithmetic. Delfsen argues that Hilbertian instrumentalism escapes the argument by denying that ideal mathematics must be conservative over the real part. All this is required in real soundness. Hilbertian instrumentalism requires only that the ideal theory not prove anything which is in conflict with the real theory. It is not required that it prove only real statements, which the real theory also proves. So Gödel's incompleteness theorem in relation to Hilbert's program is a deep topic and is more related to mathematics than science. But the overview, because largely the unification of science and the original intent of, so to say, the neo-Kantian Vienna Circle logical positivistic view was affected by these failures in mathematics, most notably Hilbert's attempt at axiomatization and the large, so to say, failure of the axiomatization of various fields of mathematics due to Gödel's incompleteness theorem, most notably making impossible the axiomatization of physics. The revised Hilbert programs. Even if no finitary consistency proof of arithmetic can be given, the question of finding consistency proofs is nevertheless of value. The method used in such proofs, although they must go beyond Hilbert's original sense of finitism, might provide genuine insight into the constructive content of arithmetic and stronger theories. What Gödel's result showed was that there can be no absolute consistency proof of all mathematics. Hence, work in proof theory after Gödel concentrated on relative results, both relative to the system for which a consistency proof was given and relative to the proof methods used. Reductive proof theory, in this sense, has followed two traditions. The first, mainly carried out by proof theorists following Gensen and Schutte, has pursued a program of what is called ordinal analysis. The philosophically more satisfactory continuation of Hilbert's program in proof theoretic terms has been suggested by Kreisel and Pfefferman in the 1980s and 90s. This work proceeds from a wider conception of Hilbert's program as an attempt to justify ideal mathematics by restricted means. In this conception, the aim of Hilbert's proof theory was to show that, at least as far as a certain class of real propositions is concerned, ideal mathematics does not go beyond real mathematics. A finitary consistency proof of the kind envisioned by Hilbert would have accomplished this if ideal mathematics proves a real proposition, then this proposition is already available by real finitary methods in a sense that reduces ideal mathematics to real mathematics. A proof theoretic reduction of a theory T to a theory S shows that as far as a certain class of propositions is concerned, if T proves a proposition, then S proves it too. And the proof of this fact is itself finitary. Hilbert's proof theoretic program can then be seen as a search for a proof theoretic reduction of all mathematics to finitary mathematics. In a relativized program, one looks for reductions of theories weaker than all of classical mathematics to theories often stronger than finitary mathematics. Proof theorists have obtained a number of such results, including reductions of theories which on their face require a significant amount of ideal mathematics for their justification to finitary systems. Pfefferman has used such results in combination with other results to show that most, if not all, of scientifically applicable mathematics can be carried out in systems for which such reductions are available to argue against indispensability argument in the philosophy of mathematics. The philosophical significance of such proof theoretical reductions is currently the subject of debate. This program, so-called reverse mathematics, developed by, in particular, Friedman and Simpson, is another continuation of Hilbert's program in the phase of Gödel's results showing that not all classical mathematics can be reduced to the finitary. They seek to answer the question, how much of classical mathematics can be so reduced? Reverse mathematics seems to give a precise answer to this question by investigating the theory which theorems of classical mathematics are provable in a weak subsystem of analysis which are reducible to finitary mathematics. Okay, pretty intense. So hopefully, just reading this will be useful to people. And just to clarify my own ideas and say, so Hilbert's axiomatization program is extremely relevant to the philosophy of science, and especially its failure largely due to Gödel's incompleteness theorem, although that takes place within theoretical mathematics. The physics was relying on theoretical mathematics and the philosophy of science in terms of the anti-metaphysical standpoint, which, even the relation of the mathematics to science and the origins of math and the role of math to be able to describe physical phenomenon is a topic of, more philosophy, but the anti-metaphysician power of science was somewhat dependent upon this axiomatization process. And once the axiomatization process tended to be accepted as impossible, it has splintered off the philosophy of science. Yeah, Kale, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate some viewership. Hope this is useful to people other than me. But I'm doing this even if it's only useful to me. Although I have seen quite a few people watching, and I could see from the viewership at least a handful of people have watched these all the way through. But definitely appreciate the feedback. Okay, so which leads into my next topic, the unity of science. And within the philosophy of science, this is probably the most important. And we're going to go back to logical positivism and Einstein's philosophy of science. But the direction of neo-Kantianism to the Vienna Circle to logical positivism was this theoretical attempt to unify the sciences. And whether there'll ever be a grand unification, like, the theory of everything, at least unifying some of the fundamental laws in physics, what does that even mean? Or a unification in fields. Generally, simplicity and unification is considered part of validity in science. The more simple, the more unified, the more likely it is to be true. Although we'll also see theories of disunity. And then working with, so to say, the mathematical acceptance of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, that a complete unification is probably logically contradictory to say that that's what we're going for to science is to unify everything. And then it goes back to, when we get to the multiple truth hypothesis, is the nature of science to truth. And, is truth part of science? Truth is part of more philosophy, or the feedback mechanisms of philosophy into science, and then of science back into philosophy. So this is a good entry, and I had this problem that I had with some of these others toward the end, where everything got highlighted in yellow, which I guess is a good thing. So therefore, I won't, God forbid, read the whole thing. Although all of it was pretty interesting and useful, but it's probably the first few sections that are most useful and interesting. The unity of science. The topic of the unity of the sciences can be explored through the following questions. Is there one privileged, most basic or fundamental concept or kind of thing? And if not, how are the different concepts of kinds of things in the universe related? Can the various natural sciences be unified into single overarching theory? And can theories with a single science be unified? Theories within a single science be unified? Are theories or models the relevant connected units? What other connected or connecting units are there? Does the unification of these parts of science involve only matters of fact, or matters of value involved as well? What about matters of method, material, institutional, ethical, and other aspects of intellectual cooperation? Moreover, what kind of unity, not just units, in the sciences are there? And is the relation of unification one of reduction, translation, explanation, logical inference, collaboration, or something else? What roles can unification play in scientific practices, their development, application, and evaluation? Historical development in philosophy and science, from Greek philosophy to logical empiricism in America, from Greek thought to Western science. Unity has a history as well as a logic. Different formulations and debates express intellectual and other resources and interest in different contexts. Questions about unity belong partly in a tradition of thought that can be traced back to pre-Socratic Greek cosmology, in particular to the preoccupation with the question of the one and the many. In what senses are the world, and as a result, our knowledge of it? A number of representations of the world in terms of a few simple constituents that were considered fundamentally emerge: Parmenides, static substance; Heraclitus, flux of becoming; Empedocles, four elements; Democritus, atoms; or Pythagoras' number; Plato's forms; and Aristotle's categories. The underlying questions of the unity of our types of knowledge was explicitly addressed by Plato in the Sophists as follows: knowledge also is surely one, but each part of that commands a certain field, is marked off and given a special name proper to itself. Hence, language recognizes many arts and many forms of knowledge. Aristotle asserted on the heavens that knowledge concerns what is primary and different. Sciences know different kinds of causes. It is metaphysics that comes to provide knowledge of the underlying kind. With the advent and expansion of Christian monotheism, the organization of knowledge reflected the idea of world governed and laws dictated by God, its creator and legislator. From this tradition emerged encyclopedic efforts such as etymologies compiled in the 6th century by Andalusian Isidore, Bishop of Seville, the works of the Catholic Ramon Lull in the Middle Ages, and those of the Frenchman Petrus Ramus in the Renaissance. Lull introduced iconic tree diagrams and forest encyclopedias representing the organization of different disciplines, including law, medicine, theology, and logic. He also introduced more abstract diagrams, not unlike some found in Kabbalistic and esoteric traditions, in an attempt to combinatorially encode the knowledge of God's creation in a universal language of basic symbols. Their combination would be expected to generate knowledge of the secrets of creation and help articulate knowledge of universal order, which would in turn facilitate communication with different cultures and their conversion to Christianity. Ramus introduced diagrams representing dichotomies and gave prominence to the view that the starting point of all philosophy is the classification of the arts and sciences. The encyclopedia organized of knowledge served the project of its preservation and communication. The emergence of a distinctive tradition of scientific thought addressed the question of unity through the designation of a privileged method, which involved a privileged language and set of concepts. Formally, at least, it was modeled after the Euclidean ideal of a system of geometry. In the late 16th century, Francis Bacon held that one unity of the sciences was the result of our organization of records of discovered materials facts in the form of a pyramid with different levels of generalities. These could be classified in turn according to the disciplines linked to human faculties. Concomitantly, the controlled interactions with phenomenon of study characterized so-called experimental philosophy in accordance with at least three traditions: the Pythagorean tradition, the Bible's dictum in the Book of Wisdom, and the Italian commercial tradition of bookkeeping. Galileo proclaimed the truth of the 17th century that the book of nature had been written by God in the language of mathematical symbols and geometric truths, and that in it the story of nature's laws was told in terms of a reduced set of objective quantitative primary objects, extension, quantity of matter, and motion. A persisting rhetorical role for some form of theological unity of creation should not be neglected when considering the pre-20th century attempts to account for the possibility and desirability of some of the forms of scientific knowledge. Throughout the 17th century, mechanical philosophy of Descartes and Newton, systemization of the from basic concepts and first laws of mechanics became the most promising framework for the unification of natural philosophy. After the demise of Laplacian molecular physics in the first half of the 19th century, the role was taken over by ether mechanics and unifying forces and matter-energy physics. Rationalism and Enlightenment. Descartes and Leibniz gave this tradition of a rationalist twist that was centered on the powers of human reasoning and the ideal of systems of knowledge on a foundation of rational principles. It became the project of a universal framework of exact categories and ideas, mathesis universalis. Adapting the scholastic image of knowledge, Descartes proposed an image of a tree, which is metaphysics is depicted by the roots, physics by the trunk, and the branches depict mechanics, medicine, and morals. Leibniz proposed a general science in the form of demonstrative encyclopedia. This would be based on a catalog of simple thoughts and an algebraic language of symbols, characteristica universalis, which would render all knowledge demonstrative and allows disputes to be resolved by precise calculation. Both defended the program of founding much of physics and on metaphysics and ideas from life science. Leibniz unifying ambition with symbolic language and physics extended beyond science to settle religious and political fractures in Europe. By contrast, while sharing a model of geometric axiomatic structure of knowledge, Newton's project of natural philosophy was meant to be autonomous from a system of philosophy, and in the new content still endorsed for its model of organization, its empirical reasoning values of formal synthesis and ontological simplicity. Before the unity of science or belief in the unity of science or knowledge, along with the universality of rationality, was at its strongest during the European Enlightenment. The most important expression of the encyclopedic tradition came in the mid-18th century from Diderot and D'Albert, editors of the Encyclopedia. Following earlier classifications by Nicholas and Bacon, their diagram presented the classification of intellectual disciplines was organized in terms of a classification of human faculties. Diderot stressed in his own entry Encyclopedia that the world signifies the unification of the sciences. The function of the encyclopedia was to exhibit the unity of human knowledge. Diderot and D'Albert, in contrast with Leibniz, made classification by subject the primary focus and introduced cross-references instead of logical connections. The Enlightenment tradition in Germany culminated in Kant's critical philosophy. German tradition since Kant. Kant saw that one of the functions of philosophy to determine the precise unifying scope and value of each science. For Kant, the unity of science is not the reflection of a unity found in nature, or even less assumed in a real world behind the apparent phenomenon. Rather, it has its foundations in the unifying a priori character or function of concepts, principles, and of reason itself. Nature is precisely our experience of the whole world under the universal laws that include some such concepts, and science as a system of knowledge is a whole of cognition ordered according to principles, and the principles on which proper science is grounded are a priori. A devoted but not exclusive follower of Newton's achievements and insights, he maintained through most of his life that mathematization and a priori universal laws given by understanding of it were preconditions for genuine scientific character. Like Galileo, Descartes earlier and Carnot a bit later, Kant believed that mathematical exactness constituted the main condition for the possibility of objectivity. Here, Kant emphasized the role of mathematics, coordinating a prior cognition and its determined objects of experience. Thus, he contrasted the methods employed by the chemist, a systematic art organized by empirical regularities, with those employed by the mathematician or physicist, which were organized by a priori laws, and held that biology is not reducible to mechanics, as the former involves explanation in terms of final causes. With regards to biology, insufficiently grounded in the fundamental forces of matter, its inclusion requires the introduction of the idea of purposeness. More generally, for Kant, unity was a regular principle of reason, nature, an ideal guiding the process of inquiry towards a complete empirical science, with its empirical concepts and principles grounded in the so-called concepts and principles, the understanding that constitute and objectify empirical phenomenon. Kant's ideas set the frame of reference for discussion on the unification of the sciences in German through thought throughout the 19th century. He gave philosophical currency of the notion of the worldview and indirectly world picture, establishing among philosophers and scientists the notion of unity of sciences as an intellectual ideal. For Kant, German-speaking philosophers of nature adopted the image of nature in terms of interacting forces or powers and developed it in different ways. This image found its way to British natural philosophy. In Great Britain, this idealist unifying spirit and other notions of an idealist and romantic turn was articulated by William Whewell's philosophy of science. Two unifying dimensions are these: his notion of mind-constructed fundamental ideas, which form the basis of the organizing axioms and phenomenon and classifying sciences, and the argument for the reality of explanatory causes in the form of consilience of induction, wherein a single cause is independently arrived at as the hypothesis explain different kinds of phenomena. In face of expanding researchers, the unifying emphasis is on organization, classification, and foundation, led to exploring differences and rationalizing boundaries. The German intellectual current culminated in the late 19th century in the debates among philosophers such as Windelband, Rickert, and Dilthey. In their views and those of similar thinkers, a worldview often included elements of evaluation and life meaning. Kant had established the basis for the famous distinction between the natural sciences and the cultural or social sciences, popularized in theory science by William Dilthey and Wilhelm Windelbaum. Dilthey, Windelbaum, and his student Heinrich Rickert and Max Weber debated on how differences in subject matter between the two kinds of sciences forced a distinctive difference between their respective methods. Their preoccupation with the historical dimension of the human phenomenon, along with the Kantian emphasis on the conceptual basis of knowledge, led to the suggestion that the natural sciences aimed at generalization about abstract types and properties, whereas the human sciences study concrete individuals and complexes. The human case suggested a different approach based on valuation and personal understanding. For Rickert, individualized concept formation secured knowledge of historical individuals by establishing connections to recognized values rather than personal valuations. In biology, Ernst Haeckel defended a monistic worldview. This approach stood in opposition to the prevailing empiricist views that since the time of Hume, Comte, and Mill held that the moral or social sciences, even philosophy, relied on conceptual and methodological analogies with geometry and the natural sciences, not just astronomy and mechanics, also with biology. In the Baconian tradition, Comte emphasized a pyramidical hierarchy of the disciplines in its encyclopedic law or order, for the most general sciences about the simplest phenomenon to the most specific sciences about the most complex phenomenon, each depending on knowledge from its more general antecedent. For inorganic physical sciences, arithmetic, geometry, mechanics, astronomy, physics, and chemistry, to the organic physical ones such as biology and the new social science, soon to be renamed sociology. Instead pointed to the diversity of methodologies for generating, organizing, and justifying associated knowledge with different sciences, natural and human, and the challenges to impose a single standard. he came to view political economy eventually as an art, a tool for reform more than a system of knowledge. The viewpoint tradition, Weltbild tradition influenced the physicists Max Planck and Ernst Mach, who engaged in a heated debate about the precise character of the unified scientific world picture. Mach's more influential view was based on phenomenological and Darwinian. The unification of knowledge took the form of an analysis of the ideas into biologically embodied elementary sensations, neutral monism, and was ultimately a matter of adapted economy of thought. Planck adopted a realist view that took science to gradually approach complete truth about the world and fundamentally adapted to the thermodynamical principles of energy and entropy. These world pictures constituted some of the alternatives to a long-standing mechanistic view that since the rise of mechanistic philosophy with Descartes and Newton had informed biology as well as most branches of physics. In the background was the perceived conflict between the so-called mechanical and electromagnetic worldviews, which resulted throughout the first 2 decades of the 20th century in the works of Albert Einstein. In the same German tradition, and amidst the proliferation of work on energy physics and books on the unity of science, the German energeticist Wilhelm Ostwald declared the 20th century the monistic century. During the 1904 World's Fair in St. Louis, the German psychologist and Harvard professor Hugo Munsterberg organized a congress under the title Unity of Knowledge. Invited speakers were Ostwald, Ludwig Boltzmann, Ernst Rutherford, Edward Leamington Nichols, Paul Langevin, and Henry Poincaré. In 1911, the International Committee of Monism held its first meeting in Hamburg, with Ostwald presiding. 2 years later, it published Ostwald's monograph, Monism as the Goal of Civilization. In 1912, Mach, Felix Klein, David Hilbert, Einstein, and others signed a manifesto aiming at the development of a comprehensive worldview. Unification remained a driving scientific ideal. In the same spirit, Mathieu Leclerc de Sablon published The Unity of Science, 1919, exploring metaphysical foundations, and Johann Jorst published The Unity of Science, 1921, sketching out a history of the philosophical systems and unifying scientific hypothesis. Unity and reductionism in logical empiricism. In the 20th century, the unity of science became a distinctive theme of the scientific philosophy of logical empiricism. Logical empiricists, known controversially also as logical positivists, and more notably as the founding members of the Vienna Circles, in their manifesto adopted the Machian banner of unity of science without metaphysics, a normative criterion of unity with a role in social reform based on demarcation between science and metaphysics, the unity of method and language that included all the sciences, natural and social. Common method did not necessarily imply a more substantive unity of content involving theories and their concepts. Stronger reductive model within the Vienna Circle was recommended by Rudolf Carnap in The Logical Construction of the World, 1928. While embracing the Kantian connotation of the term constitutive systems, it was inspired by recent formal standards. Hilbert's axiomatic approach to formulating theories in the exact sciences of Frege and Russell's logical constructionism and mathematics. It was also predicated on the formal values of simplicity, rationality, philosophical neutrality, and objectivity associated with scientific knowledge. In particular, Carnap tried to explicate such notions in terms of rational reconstruction of science in terms of a method and structure based on logical constructions out of basic concepts in axiomatic structures and rigorous reductive logical connections between concepts at different levels. Different constitutive systems of logical constructions would serve different normative purposes, a theory of science and a theory of knowledge. Both foundations raise the issue of the nature of universality of a physicalist language. One such system of unified science is a theory of science, in which the construction connects concepts and laws of the different sciences at different levels with physics, with its genuine laws as fundamental, lying at the base of the hierarchy. Because of the emphasis on the formal and structural properties of our representations, objectivity, rationality, and unity go hand in hand. Carnap's formal emphasis developed further into logical syntax of language, 1934. Alternatively, all scientific concepts could be constituted or constructed in different systems in the protocol language out of classes of elementary complexes and experiences, scientifically understood representing experiential concepts. Carnot subsequently defended the epistemological and methodological universality of physicalist language and physicalist statements. Unity of science in this context was an epistemological project. Whereas Carnot aimed at rational reconstructions, another member of the Vienna Circle, Otto Neurath, favored a more naturalistic and pragmatic approach with a less idealized and reductive model of unity. His evolving standards of unity were generally motivated by the complexity of empirical reality and the application of empirical knowledge to practical goals. He spoke of an encyclopedia model opposed to the classical idea of a pyramidal reductive system model. The encyclopedia model took into account the presence within science of unelimitable and imprecise terms from ordinary language and the social sciences, and emphasized a unity of language that the local exchanges of scientific tools. Specifically, Neurath stressed the material thing language called physicalism, not to be confused with the emphasis of on the vocabulary of physics. Its motivation was partly epistemological, and Neurath endorsed anti-foundationalism. No unified science like a boat at sea would rest on firm foundations. The scientific spirit abhorred dogmatism. This weaker model of unity emphasized empiricism and the normative unity of the natural and human sciences. Like Carnap, unified reconstructionists, Neurath had a pragmatic motivations. Unlike unity without reductionism provided a tool for cooperation, and it was motivated by the need for successful treatment, predication and control, or complex phenomena in the real world that involve properties studied by different theories of science. Unity of science at the point of action. It is an argument for holism, the counterpoint of Duhem's claim that only clusters of hypotheses are confronted with experience. Neurath spoke of a boat, a mosaic, an orchestration, and a universal jargon, following intuitions such as the institutions such as the International Committee on Monism and the International Councils of Scientific Unions. Neurath spearheaded a movement for unity of science in 1934 that encouraged international cooperation among scientists and launched the project of an international encyclopedia of unity of science. It expressed the internationalism of his socialist convictions and the international crisis that would lead to the Second World War. At the end of the Eighth International Congress of Philosophy, held in Prague in September of 1934, Neurath proposed a series of international congresses for the unity of sciences. These took place in Paris, 1935, Copenhagen, 1936, Paris, 37, Cambridge, England, 38, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 39, Chicago, 1941. For the organization of the congresses and related activities, Neurath founded the Unity of Science Institute in 1936, which was renamed in 1937 as the International Institute for the Unity of Science, along with the International Foundation for Visual Education, founded in 1933. The Institute's executive committee was composed of Neurath, Philip Frank, and Charles Morris. After the Second World War, a discussion of unity engaged philosophers and scientists in the Inter-Scientific Discussion Group, first the Science of Science Discussion Group in Cambridge, Massachusetts, founded primarily by Philip Frank and Carnap, themselves founders of the Vienna Circle, Quine, Fagel, Bridgman, and the psychologists E. Boring and Stevens in 1940, which would later become the Unity of Science Institute. The group was joined by scientists of different disciplines, from quantum mechanics and cybernetics to economics, as part of what was both a self-conscious extension of the Vienna Circle and a reflection of the local concerns within a technological culture increasingly dominated by the interest of computers and nuclear power. The characteristic feature of the new view of unity was the idea of a consensus and subsequently, especially within the USI, cross-fertilization. These ideas were instantiated in the emphasis on scientific operationalism, and the creation of war-boosted cross-disciplines such as cybernetics, computation, electroacoustics, psychoacoustics, neuronics, game theory, and biophysics. In the late 1960s, Michael Polanyi and Marjorie Green organized a series of conferences funded by the Ford Foundation on the Unity of Science themes. Their general character was interdisciplinary and anti-reductionist. The group was originally called the Study Group for Foundations of Cultural Unity, but was later changed to the Study Group on the Unity of Knowledge. By then, a number of American and international institutions were already promoting interdisciplinary projects in academic areas, For both Neurath and Polanyi, the organization of knowledge and science, the Republic of Science was inseparable from ideas of political organization. Varieties of unity. Connective unity is a weaker notion than the specific ideal of reductive unity. This requires asymmetric relations of reduction with assumptions about hierarchies of levels of description and the primacy, conceptual, ontological, epistemological, and so on, of a fundamental representation. The category of connective unity helps accommodate and bring attention to the diversity of non-reductive accounts. Another useful distinction is between synchronic and diachromic unity. Synchronic accounts are ahistorical, assuming no meaningful temporal relations. Diachronic accounts, by contrast, introduced genealogical hypotheses involving asymmetric temporal and causal relations between entities or states of the systems described. Evolutionary models are of this kind. They may be reduced to the extent that the posited organization or original entities are simpler and in a lower level of organization and size. Others simply emphasize connection without overall directionality. In general, it's useful to distinguish between ontological unity and epistemological unity, even if many accounts bear both characteristics and fall under both rubrics. In some cases, one kind supports the other salient kind in the model. Ontological unity is here broadly understood as involving relations between descriptive conceptual elements. In some cases, the concepts will describe entities, facts, properties, or relations, and descriptive models will focus on metaphysical aspects of the unifying connections such as holism, emergence, and downward causation. Epistemological unity applies to the epistemic relations or goals such as explanation, methodological connections, and formal logical mathematical models may belong in this kind. Additional categories and distinctions include the following: vertical unity, interlevel unity is unity of elements attached to levels of analysis, composition, or organizational on a hierarchy. Whether for a single science or more, whether horizontal unity or interlevel unity applies to one single level or to its corresponding kind of system. Global unity is unity of any other variety with universal quantifier of all kinds of elements. Aspects and descriptions associated with individual sciences is a kind of monism. For instance, taxonomical monism about natural kind, while local unity applies to a subset. Obviously, vertical and horizontal accounts of unity can either be global or local. Finally, the rejection of global unity has been associated with isolationism, keeping independent, competing alternative representations of the same phenomenon in a system, as well as local integration, the local connective unity of the alternative perspectives. A distinction of methodological nature contrasts internal and external perspectives according to whether the accounts are based on naturalistic, on the local contingent practices of certain scientific communities at a given time, or based on universal metaphysical assumptions broadly motivated. So this will actually move into the multiple truth hypothesis, these concepts of what does unity mean, the different schools of unity or theories of unity, and then at the end of this, we'll see even theories of disunity. Epistemological unities, reduction. Philosophy of science became professionally consolidated in the 1950s around a positivist orthodoxy that may be characterized by the following set of commitments: a syntactic formal approach to theories, logical deductions, and axiomatic systems, a distinction between theoretical and observational vocabularies, and empirical generalizations. Unity, and especially reduction, have been understood in these terms. Specifically, elements of the dominating accounts would stand and fall with the attitudes towards the elements of the orthodoxy mentioned above. First, a reminder: reductionism must be distinguished from reduction. Reductionism is the adoption of reduction as the global ideal of a unified system of scientific knowledge and a measure of its progress towards that ideal. Two formulations of unification in the logical positivist tradition of the ideal logical structure of science place the question of unity at the core of philosophy of science. Karl Hempel's deductive nomenological model of explanation and Ernst Nagel's model of reduction. Both are fundamentally epistemological models. and both are specifically explanatory, at least in the sense that explanation serves unification. The emphasis on language and logical structure makes explanatory reduction a form of unity in of the synchronic kind. Still, Nagel's model of reduction is a model of scientific structure and explanation, as well as of scientific progress. It is based on the problem of relating different theories as different sets of theoretical predicates. Reduction requires two conditions, connectability and derivatability. Connectability of laws of different theories requires meaning invariance in the form of extensional equivalence between descriptions with bridge principles between coextensive but distinct terms in different theories. Nagel's account distinguishes two kinds of reductions, homogeneous and heterogeneous. When both sets of terms overlap, the reduction is homogeneous. When the related terms are different, the reduction is heterogeneous. Derivatability requires a deductive relation between the laws involved. In the quantitative science, the derivation often involved taking a limit. In the sense, the reduced science is considered an approximation to the reducing new one. Neo-Nagelian accounts have attempted to solve Nagel's problem of reduction between putatively incompatible theorems. An alternative set of semantic and syntactic conditions of reduction bears counterfactual interpretations. For instance, syntactic conditions in the form of limit relations and ceteris paribus assumptions help explain why the reduced theory works here where it does and fails where it does not. Different approach to reductionist accounts acknowledge a commitment to providing explanations but rejects the value of a focus of the role of laws. This approach typically draws a distinction between hard sciences such as physics and chemistry and special sciences such as biology and the social sciences. It claims that laws that are in a sense operative in the hard sciences are not available in the special ones or play a more limited and weaker role, and this on account of historical character, complexity, or reduced scope. The rejection of empirical laws in biology, for instance, has been argued on grounds of the historical dependence on contingent initial conditions and a matter of supervenience of spatial temporal restricted functions, claims on lower level molecules, molecular ones, and the multiple realization of the former by the latter. Rosenberg's argument for the supervenience to reduction without laws must be contrasted with Fodor's physicalism about the special sciences and the laws about reduction. This neo-Nagelian approach assumes further that explanation rests on identities between predicates and deductive derivations. Explanation is providable by lower level mechanisms. Their explanatory role is to replace final why necessary questions, functional with proper proximate how possibly questions, molecular. One suggestion to make sense of the possibility of the supervening function explanations without Nagelian reduction is the metaphysical picture of composition of powers and explanatory mechanisms. The reductive commitment to the lower level is based on relations of composition at play in epistemological analysis and metaphysical synthesis, but is merely formal and derivational. We infer that what composes the higher level, but we cannot simply get all the relevant knowledge of the higher level from the knowledge of the lower level. More general characteristic views reductionism as a research strategy. On this methodological view, reductionism can be characterized by a set of so-called heuristics, non-algorithmic, efficient, error-based, purpose-oriented problem-solving tasks. Heuristics of conceptualization, descriptive localization of properties, system environment interface determinism, level and entity dependence, heuristics of model building and theory construction, model interest systemic localization with emphasis of structural properties over functional ones, contextual simplification and external generalization, and heuristics of observation and experimental design, focused observation, environmental control, local scope of testing, abstract shared property, behavioral regularity, and context independence of results. Anti-reductionism. The focus had been since the 1930s on a syntactic approach with physics as the paradigm of science, deductive logical relations as a form of cognitive or epistemic goals such as explanation and predication and theory and empirical laws as paradigmatic units of scientific knowledge. The historicist turn of the 1960s, the semantic turn of philosophy of science in the 1970s, and a renewed interest in special sciences has changed this focus. The very structure of hierarchy of levels has lost its credibility, even for those who believe in it as a model of autonomy of levels rather than as an image of fundamentalism. The rejection of such models and their emendations have occupied the last 4 decades of philosophical discussion about unity and of the sciences. A valuable consequence has been the strengthening of philosophical projects and communities devoting more sustained and sophisticated attention to special sciences different from physics. The first target of anti-reductionism attacks have been Nagel's demand of extensional equivalence. It has been dismissed as inadequate demand of meaning invariance and approximation. And with it, the possibility of deductive connections, mocking the positivist legacy of progress through unity, empiricism, and anti-dogmatism. These constraints have been deceived as intellectually dogmatic, conceptually weak, and methodologically over-restrictive. The emphasis is placed instead on the merits of the new thesis of incommensurability and methodological pluralism. A similar criticism of reduction involves a different move that the deductive connection be guaranteed provided that the old reduced theory was corrected beforehand. The evolution and the structure of scientific knowledge could be neatly captured using Schaffner's expression by layer cake reduction. The terms length and mass, or the symbols L and M, for instance, may be the same in Newtonian and relativistic mechanics, and the term electron the same in classical physics and quantum mechanics, or the term atom the same in quantum mechanics and in chemistry, or gene and Mendelian genetics and molecular genetics. But the corresponding concepts, they argued, are not. Concepts or words are to be understood as getting their content or meaning within a holistic or organic structure, even if the organized wholes are the theories that include them. From this point of view, different wholes, whether theories or Kuhnian paradigms, manifest degrees of conceptual incommensurability. As a result, the derived reducing theories typically are not the allegedly reduced older ones, and their derivation sheds no relevant insight into the relation between the original older one and the new. For a historical standpoint, the positivistic model collapsed the distinction between synchronic and diachronic reduction, that is, between reductive models of the structure and the evolution or succession of scientific theories. By contrast, historicism is embraced by Kuhn and Feyerabend, drove a wedge between the two dimensions and rejected the linear model of scientific change in terms of accumulation and replacement. For Kuhn, replacement becomes partly continuous, partly non-cumulative change, in which one world, or less literally one world picture, one paradigm replaces another. After a revolutionary episode or crisis and proliferation of alternative contenders, this image constitutes a form of pluralism, and like the reductionism it is meant to replace, it can either be synchronic or diachronic. Here's why Kuhn and Feyerabend parted ways. For Kuhn's sake, chronic pluralism only describes the situation of crisis and revolution between paradigm. For Feyerabend, history is less monistic, and pluralism is and should remain a synchronic and diachronic feature of science and culture. Feyerabend here thought science and society inseparable and followed Mill's philosophy of liberal individualism and democracy. A different kind of anti-reductionism addresses a more conceptual dimension, the problem of categorical reduction, meta-theoretical categories of description and interpretation for mathematical formalism. Criteria of causality may block full reduction, basic interpretation imperative concepts that are not just variables in a theory or model are not reducible to counterparts in fundamental descriptions. Epistemic roles for demarcation to explain explanation and evidence, varieties of connective unity, aesthetic value. Unity has been considered an epistemic virtue with different models of unification associated with roles such as demarcation, explanation, and evidence. Demarcation. Certain models of unity, which may call container models, attempt to demarcate science from non-science. The criteria adopted are typically methodological and normative, not descriptive. Unlike connective models, they serve as dual function of drawing up and policing a boundary that encloses and endorses the sciences and excludes other practices. As noted above, some demarcation projects have aimed to distinguish between natural and special sciences. The more notorious ones, however, have aimed to exclude practices and doctrines dismissed under the labels of metaphysics, pseudoscience, and popular knowledge. Empirical or not, the applications of standards of epistemic purity are not merely identification or labeling exercises for the sake of carving out scientific inquiry as a natural kind or mapping our intellectual landscapes. The purpose is to establish authority, and the stakes involve educational, legal, and financial interests. Recent controversies include not just the teaching of creation science, also polemics over the scientific status of, for instance, homeopathy, vaccinations, and models of plant neurology and climate change. The most influential demarcation criteria has been Popper's original anti-metaphysics barrier, the conditions of empirical falsibility of scientific statements. It required the logically possible relation to basic statements linked to experience that can prove general hypotheses to be false with certainty. For this purpose, he defended the application of a particular deductive argument, the modus tollens. Another demarcation criterion is explanatory unity, empirically grounded. Hempel's deductive nomenological model characterizes the scientific explanation of events as logical argument that expresses their expectability in terms of their subsumption under an empirically testable generalization. Explanations in the historical science, too, must fit the model. If they are to count as scientific, they could then be brought into the fold as bona fide scientific explanations, even if they could qualify only as explanation sketches. Since their introduction, Hempel's model and its weaker versions have been challenged as neither generally applicable nor appropriate. The demarcation criterion of unity is undermined by criteria of demarcation between natural and historical sciences. For instance, historical explanations have a genealogical or narrative form, or else they require the historians engaging problems of issuing a conceptual judgment that brings together meaningfully a set of historical facts. According to more radical views, natural science, such as geology and biology, are historical in their contextual, causal, and narrative forms. Also, that Hempel's model, especially the requirement of empirically testable strict universal laws, is satisfactory by neither the physical science nor the historical sciences, including archaeology and biology. A number of legal decisions have appealed to Popper and Hempel's criteria, adding the epistemic role of peer review, publication, and consensus around the sound application of methodological standards. A more recent criterion has sought a different kind of demarcation. It is comparative rather than absolute. It's aimed to compare science and popular science. It adopts a broader notion of the German tradition of Wissenschaften, that is roughly of scholarly fields of research that include formal sciences, natural sciences, human sciences, and the humanities, and to emphasize the role of systematicity with an emphasis on different forms of epistemic connectedness as weak forms of coherence and order. Explanation. Unity has been defended in the wake of authors such as Kant and Whewell as an epistemic criterion of explanation, or at least fulfilling the explanatory role. In other words, rather than modeling unification in terms of explanation, explanation is modeled in terms of unification. A number of proposals introduce an explanatory measure in terms of the number of independent explanatory laws or phenomenon co-joined in a theoretical structure. On this representation, unity contributes understanding and confirmation from the fewest basic kinds of phenomenon, regardless of explanatory power in terms of derivation argument patterns. A weaker position argues that unification is not explanation on the grounds that unification is simply systemization of old beliefs and operates as criterion of theory choice. The unification account of explanation has been defended within a more detailed cognitive and pragmatist approach. The key is to think of explanations as question-answer episodes involving four elements: the explanation seeking question about P question mark, the cognitive state C, and the questioner agent for whom P calls for an explanation, the answer A, and the cognitive statement C plus A, in which the need of an explanation of P has disappeared. A related account model unity in the cognitive state in terms of the comparative increase of coherence and elimination of spurious unity, such as circularity and redundancy. Unification is also based on information theoretic transfer or inference relations. Unification of hypotheses is only a virtue if it unifies data. The last two conditions imply that unification yields also empirical confirmation. Explanations are global increases in unification in the cognitive state of the cognitive agent. The unification explanation link can be defended on the grounds that laws make unifying similarity expectable, and this similarity becomes the content of a new belief. Unification is not the mere systemization of old beliefs. Controversiers, they argue that scientific explanation is provided by novel understanding of the facts and the satisfaction of our curiosity. In this sense, causal explanation, for instance, are genuinely explanatory and do not require an increase of unification. A contextualist and pluralist account argues that understanding is a legitimate aim of science that is pragmatic and not necessarily formal, or a subjective psychological byproduct of explanation. In this view, explanatory understanding is variable and can have diverse forms, such as causal, mechanical, and unification, without conflict. In the same spirit, Selman linked unification to the epistemic virtue or goal of explanation and distinguished between unification and causal mechanical explanation of forms of scientific explanatory understanding. The views on scientific explanation have evolved away from the formal and cognitive accounts of epistemic categories. Accordingly, the source of understanding provided by scientific explanation has been misidentified according to some. The genuine source for important but not all cases lies in causal explanation or causal mechanism. Mechanistic models of explanation have become entrenched in the philosophical accounts of life sciences. As an epistemic virtue, the role of unification has been traced to the causal form of the explanation. For instance, in statistical regularities, the challenge extends to the allegedly extension link between explanation on the one hand and truth and universality on the other. In this sense, explanatory unity, which rests on metaphysical assumptions about components and their properties, also involves a form of ontological or metaphysical unity. Similar criticism extends to the traditionally formalist arguments in physics about fundamental levels. Their unification fails to yield explanation in the formal scheme based on laws and their symmetries. Unification and explanation conflict on the grounds that in biology and physics, only causal mechanical explanations answering why questions yield understanding of the connections they contribute to true unification. Methodology. Unity has long been understood as a methodological principle, primarily but not exclusively in reductionist versions. This is different from the case of unity through methodological prescriptions. One methodological criterion appeals to the epistemic virtues of simplicity or parsimony, whether epistemological or ontological, as a formal probabilistic principle of curve fitting or average predictive accuracy. The relevance of unity is objective. Unity plays the role of an empirical background theory. Evidence. The probabilistic model dovetails with other recent formal discourses of unity and coherence within the framework of Bayesianism. More generally, the probabilistic framework articulates formal characterizations of unity, introduces its role in evaluations of evidence, and as in the dual relation to explanation, also in the case unification is not a condition for relevant evidence but a criterion of evidence. The evidentiary role of unification of hypotheses or models is related but not reducible to the evidentiary role of synthesis of data and statistics. A criterion of unity defended for its epistemic virtue in relation to evidence is simplicity or parsimony. Comparatively speaking, simpler hypotheses, models, or theories present a higher likelihood of truth, empirical support, and accurate prediction from a methodological standpoint. However, appeal to parsimony might not be sufficient. Moreover, the connection between unity and parsimony and likelihood is not interest relevant, at least in the way that the connection between unity and explanation is. On the Bayesian approach, the rational comparison and acceptance of probabilistic beliefs in light of the empirical data is constrained by Bayes' theorem for conditional probabilities where H and D are the hypothesis and the data, respectively. One explicit Bayesian account of unification as an epistemic methodological virtue has introduced the following measure of unity. Hypothesis H unifies phenomenon P and Q to a degree that given H, P is statistically probabilistically relevant to or correlated with Q. This measure of unity has been criticized as neither necessary or sufficient. This is where I had the error with the yellow. So I was going to read through all of this, but I wasn't able to highlight it. It mentions Wolfram in the simulation, um, emergence, another important idea, supervenience. All these are important, but I'm not going to read through them because I wasn't able to highlight it. Material unit, graphical unity, um, ontological unities, more in Nagel, important stuff to come back to, but wasn't able to highlight it properly, some sort of error. Um, more about anti-reductionism. So that a lot of this starts getting technical. Here, just a little bit about disunity, and a lot of these are remnants of the Vienna School and their disciples at Stanford in Minnesota, where disunity, a more radical departure from logical positive standards of unity, is the recent criticism of the methodological values of reductionism and unification in the science, and also its positions in culture and society. From the descriptive standpoint, many views under the rubric of disunity are versions of positions mentioned above. The difference is mainly normative and a matter of emphasis, perspective, and stance. This view argues for the replacement of the emphasis on global unity, including unity of method, by emphasizing disunity, epistemological, and ontological pluralism. So you have the Stanford School that includes Dupre, Hacking, Supps, Nancy Cartwright. Some of these people I've mentioned on Week in Review. And then you have the Minnesota School, and here they're emphasizing types of pluralism, and then metapluralism. This actually relates quite a bit to multiple truth hypothesis, but I'll come back to it at a different point. And so unity in science, an important topic. So covered quite a bit there. There's definitely more to continue. Huge topic. I appreciate you being active in the chat, Orfeo. Um, Feel free to comment. Definitely read them back when I'm watching back the video later. And yeah, it's hard to build a community upon this. So if you have something specific, you try do it, and I'll address it during at the section breaks. I want to build a community. Like, in Rally, almost no one's interested in this topic. Like around me, IRL, I don't think I know anyone that's really interested in this. I might find a few people I could like have a quick conversation with, throwing through tidbits. And on the internet, there might be a small circle of people interested in this, like peripherally, like Jennifer, Church of Entropy, maybe T-Jump, Theology Unleashed. There's a few people out there that talk about related active inference, but they're kind of more promoting their own thing, and so that's why I'm just putting this stuff out there, somewhat for myself. I really just want to get it right, so to say. I want to get these ideas well founded in my own head and understanding. Hopefully, it'll be useful for other people to listen to, and maybe people will notice that I'm doing this. I'm putting it out there, and be able to form some sort of intellectual community around these issues. Week in Review was kind of moving in a direction somewhat differently than this, so I wanted to at least push on my own channel, my own forward, this direction. Keep philosophy alive. Just like sending a message into the metaverse to see if anyone's out there, anyone hears me, anyone's interested. Maybe as I conclude the series, I'll look to try to do more interviews, and also just my due diligence, have my terminology and knowledge correct in the understanding. And with a lot of these fields, you see there's somewhat like a unity of lines of major schools until about World War II. And then after World War II, you have all sorts of theories and ideas. Like when I got to like identity theory, they're somewhat with like the Royal Societies and the centralization of authority before World War II, especially 19th century and earlier, to modern times where the Gödel's incompleteness theorem, we're talking about Hilbert's program failure, uh, where unity has largely failed. So you have advancements in all types of areas, people making relevant distinctions between ideas, helping to advance fine points. But well, how does this tie together to other things? And that's why we say unity or theories of disunity. Well, maybe it doesn't. Maybe they're only locally valuable, or some ideas might be. Certain tools like logic or mathematics can you structure some sort of unity structure. And then at some point, I'm going to pivot back to my beliefs, my ideas, which are more esoteric and mystical, like Duvid is a dualist who believes in a spiritual realm. So, to have a clearly delineated what is science, what is the material realm. So, that's why I put myself a task to do 10 of these series, just reading out these long Stanford encyclopedia of these tedious topics, which, actually interest me quite a bit. And, they're generally interesting. Everyone wants to understand causal relationships, especially about the material realm. But science is a difficult topic, and a lot of it requires mathematical and logical language that most people never learn. You either don't have the intellectual capacity or concentration or whatever reason, never get past the logical and mathematical precursors to understand these topics. Some of the more complex ones are beyond, even Duvid's mathematical or logical capabilities, although, I'm not giving up and I'll continue researching this. Yeah, so, laziness is the enemy, sit around. So, Duvid is proactively really just for the search of truth. I can't say that I have any benefit at all from the study of this. Possibly, I'm in an engineering field. I'm going to be streaming some engineering conference, but it's almost purely Duvid wants to understand the truth. You're like, okay, I have ideas. Maybe I want to write a book or become a public intellectual. But honestly, I'm just putting out the due diligence. I want to understand the truth. I'm willing to put some hard work into it, struggle with some complicated ideas, put these ideas out there, kind of like Hilbert's 23 questions in 1900. This is what the greatest minds should be thinking about. Reality is they're not. Very few people are thinking about these topics. So I'm just putting it out there. And I'm not, Duvid's not necessarily from the greatest mind. Duvid has a great mind, maybe. But I work hard. I think about these topics. I think these topics are some of the most important things. And most of these questions remain unresolved. So a lot of people might feel that there's answers to it, or, we'll get into T-jump and materialism and physicalism. And I'm going to pivot back after this series to the science of consciousness. So this is really just a precursor to the science of consciousness, this 10-part series. So it's quite a bit of due diligence, and, just want to get it right. And, say that, maybe some of the greatest minds think that these questions are answered. They're not answered. And, that's why I'm thinking about them, just because I kind of want to know. I want to know the truth. I can see the use, the value of this. But, life goes on without knowing this. And, hopefully I'll be able to find some other people interested in these. Okay, so let's continue on, and we'll look at Einstein's philosophy of science. And Einstein doesn't really have a unified philosophy of science. Einstein belies being pigeonholed into a specific school. But Einstein was prolific. Einstein communicated with many of the greats of his time and wrote lots, gave lots of speeches. And is important for, what I was saying at the end of the last program is progress these days is made largely through the pick and choose attitude. Like political debates or factionalism, nationalism. People fall within a certain school. But then there's also the school of just pick and choose best practices. So, okay, like Duvid, I'm ethnically Jewish. However, I've picked and choose many practices from Hinduism, even Islam, world traditions. Um, Science these days almost always follows this pick and choose opportunistic method of best practices. And so, like, is it logically consistent? Well, it's more like, does it work? And the method will, what did Einstein do? He did what worked, and had some failures. There were a lot of inconsistencies, but Einstein kind of sets the scene for the collapse. And Einstein is a contemporary and friends with Hilbert, and a lot of Einstein's theories of general relativity are based on the work of Hilbert. Um, but his pick and choose attitude is probably the dominant mode today of the philosophy of science since the collapse of logical positivism. Nothing really has replaced logical positivism. There's different schools, um, and almost all of the successful schools or people who advance fields in science have to choose a best practice pick and choose attitude. So let's look at detail into Einstein. This is pretty long, and there's a lot of information here. Hopefully this one might be a little bit more interesting. The last one was a little bit more technical, but important, and I have to return to that. And when I get back to the multiple truth hypothesis, a lot of those concepts that run in the last one will come back. Einstein's philosophy of science. Albert Einstein, 1879 to 1955, is well known as the most prominent physicist of the 20th century. His contributions to the 20th century philosophy of science, though of comparable importance, are less well known. Einstein's own philosophy of science is an original synthesis of elements drawn from sources as diverse as neo-Kantianism, conventionalism, and logical empiricism, its distinctive feature being its novel blending of realism with a holism underdeterminationist form of conventionalism. Of special note is the matter in which Einstein's philosophical thinking was driven by and contributed to the solution of problems first encountered in his works in physics. Equally significant are Einstein's relationships with and influence on other prominent 20th century philosophers of science, including Mort Schlick, Hans Reichenbach, Ernst Cassirer, Philipp Frank, Henry Bergson, Emil Meyerson. Introduction. Was Einstein an epistemological opportunist? Late in 1944, Albert Einstein received a letter from Robert Thornton, a young African-American philosopher of science who had just finished his PhD under Herbert Feigl at Minnesota and was beginning a new job teaching physics at the University of Puerto Rico. He had written to solicit from Einstein a few supportive words on behalf of his efforts to introduce as much of the philosophy of science as possible into the modern physics course that he was to teach the following spring. Einstein offered in reply, I fully agree with you about the significance and educational value of methodology as well as history and philosophy of science. So many people today, and even professional scientists, seem to me like somebody who has seen thousands of trees but has never seen a forest. A knowledge of the historical and philosophical background gives that kind of independence from prejudices of his generation from which most scientists are suffering. This independence created by philosophical insight is, in my opinion, the marked distinction between a mere artisan or specialist and a real seeker after truth. In 1916, a memorial note for Ernst Mach, a physicist and philosopher to whom Einstein owed a special debt, Einstein wrote, how does it happen that a properly endowed natural scientist comes to concern himself with epistemology? Is there no more valuable work in his specialty? I hear many of my colleagues saying, and I sense it from many more, that they feel this way. I cannot share this sentiment. When I think about the ablest students with whom I encountered in my teaching, that is, those who distinguish themselves by their independence and judgment and not merely their quick-wittedness, I can affirm that they had a vigorous interest in epistemology. They happily began discussions about the goals and methods of science, and they showed unequivocally through their tenacity in defending their views that the subject seemed important to them. Indeed, one should not be surprised at this. How exactly does philosophical habit of mind provide the physicist with such independence of judgment? Einstein goes on to explain. Concepts that have proven useful in ordering things easily achieve such an authority over us that we forget their earthly origins and accept them as unalterable givens. Thus, they come to be stamped as necessities of thought, a priori givens. The path of science advance is often made impassable for a long time through such errors. For that reason, it is by no means an idle game if we became practiced in analyzing the long commonplace concepts and exhibiting those circumstances upon which their justifications are usefulness depend, and how they have grown up individually out of the givens of experience. By this means, their all too great authority will be broken. They will be removed if they cannot be properly legitimated, corrected if their correlation with given things be too far superfluous, replaced by others if a new system can be established that we prefer for whatever reason. One is not surprised at Einstein then citing Mach's critical analysis of the Newtonian conception of absolute space as a paradigm of what Mach himself termed the historical critical method of philosophical analysis. The place of philosophy in physics was a theme to which Einstein returned time and again. It being clearly an issue of deep importance to him. Sometimes he adopts a modest pose, as in this oft-quoted remark from his 1933 Spencer lecture. If you wish to learn from the theoretical physicist anything about the methods which he uses, I would give you the following piece of advice. Don't listen to his words, examine his achievements. For to the discovery in that field, the construction of his imagination appear so necessary and so natural that he is apt to treat them not as the creations of his thought, but as given realities. More typically, however, is the confident pose he struck 3 years later in Physics and Reality. It has often been said, and certainly not without justification, that the man of science is a poor philosopher. Why then should it not be the right thing for the physicist to let the philosopher do the philosophizing? Such might indeed be the right thing at a time when the physicist believes he has at his disposal a rigid system of fundamental concepts and fundamental laws which are so well established that waves of doubt cannot reach them. But it cannot be right at a time when the very foundation of physics itself has become problematic as they are now. At a time like the present, when experience forces us to seek a newer, more solid foundation, the physicist cannot simply surrender to the philosopher the critical contemplation of the theoretical foundations, for he himself knows best and feels more surely where the shoe pinches. In looking for a new foundation, he must try to make clear in his own mind just how far the concept which he uses are justified and are necessities. What kind of philosophy might we expect from the philosopher physicist? One thing that we should not expect from a physicist who takes the philosophical turn in order to help solve fundamental physical problems is a systematic philosophy. The reciprocal relation of epistemological and science is of a noteworthy kind. They are dependent upon each other. Epistemology without contact with science becomes an empty scheme. Science without epistemology is, insofar as it is thinkable at all, primitive and muddled. However, no sooner has the epistemologist who is seeking a clear system fought his way through to such a system that he is inclined to intercept the thought content of science in the sense of his system and to reject whatever does not fit into his system. The scientist, however, cannot afford to carry his striving for epistemological systematic that far. He accepts gratefully the epistemological conceptual analysis, but the external conditions which are set for him by the facts of experience do not permit him to let himself be too much restricted into the construction of his conceptual world by the adherence to an epistemological system. He therefore must appear to the systematic epistemologist as a type of unscrupulous opportunist. He appears as a realist insofar as he seeks to describe a world independent of the acts of perception, as an idealist insofar as he looks upon the concepts and theories as free inventions of human spirit, not logically derivable from what is empirically given, as a positivist insofar as he considers his concept theories justified only to the extent to which they furnish a logical representation of relations among sensory experience. He may even appear as a Platonist or Pythagorean insofar as he considers the viewpoint of logical simplicity as an indispensable and effective tool in his research. But what strikes the systematic epistemologist as mere opportunism might appear otherwise when viewed from the perspective of the physicist engaged. As Einstein himself put it, the critical contemplation of the theoretical foundations. The overarching goal of the critical contemplation was for Einstein the creation of a unified foundation for physics after the model of field theory like general relativity. Einstein failed at his quest, but there was a consistency and constancy in the striving that informed as well the philosophy of science developing hand in hand with the scientific project. Indeed, from early to late, a few key ideas played the central leading role in Einstein's philosophy of science, ideas about which Einstein evinced surprisingly little doubt, even while achieving an even deeper understanding of their implications. For the purpose of the following comparatively brief overview, we can confine our attention to just 5 topics: theoretical holism, simplicity in theory choice, univocalness in theoretical representations of nature, realism and separability, and the principal theories, constructive theories distinction. Gerald Holt in 1968 claims to find a major philosophical break in the mid-1910s in the form of a turn away from a sympathy for the metaphysical positivism and towards a robust scientific realism. Holden sees this turn being driven by Einstein's alleged realization that general relativity, by contrast with special relativity, requires a realistic ontology. Einstein expected scientific theories to have a proper empirical credentials, but he was no positivist, and he expected scientific theories to give an account of physical reality, but he was no scientific realist. Moreover, in both respects, his views remained more or less the same from the beginning to the end of his career. First generation logical empirists sought to legitimate their movement in part by claiming Einstein as a friend. Einstein's philosophy of science is an original synthesis drawing upon many philosophical resources from Neo-Kantianism to Machian empiricism and Duhemian conventionalism. Other thinkers and movements, most notably the logical empiricists, drew upon the same resources, but Einstein put the pieces together in a manner importantly different from Moritz Schlick, Hans Reichenbach, and Rudolf Carnap, and he argued with them for decades about who was right, however much they obscured these differences in representing Einstein publicly as a friend of logical empiricism and scientific philosophy. Starting from the mid-1920s till the end of the decade, Einstein showed some interest in the rationalistic realism of Emil Meyerson. Understanding how Einstein puts these pieces together, therefore, sheds light not only on the philosophical aspects of his own achievements in physics, but also upon the larger history of the development of the philosophy of science in the 20th century. Theoretical holism, the nature and role of conventions in science. Any philosophy of science must include an account of the relation between theory and evidence. Einstein learned about the historicity of scientific concepts from Mach, but his preferred way of modeling the logical relationship between theory and evidence was inspired mainly by his reading of Pierre Duhem. Einstein probably first read Duhem, or at least learned the essential of Duhem's philosophy of science around the fall of 1909. Theoretical holism and the undetermination of theory choice by empirical evidence are the central theses of Duhem's philosophy of science. His argument, in brief, is that at least in science is like physics, where experiment is dense with sophisticated instrumentation whose employment itself requires theoretical interpretation. Hypotheses are not tested in isolation, but only as part of whole bodies of theory. It follows that when there is conflict between theory and evidence, the fit can be restored in a multiplicity of different ways. No statement is immune to revision because of a presumed status as a definition or thanks to some other a priori warrant, and most other statements can be retained on pain of suitable adjustments elsewhere in the total body of theory. Hence, theory choice is undetermined by evidence. That Einstein's exposure to Duhem's philosophy of science soon left its mark is evident from lecture notes that Einstein prepared for a course on electricity and magnetism at the University of Zurich in the winter semester in 1910-11. Einstein asked how one can assign a definite electrical charge everywhere within a material body if its interior of the body is not accessible to test particles. A Machian positivist would deem such direct empirical access necessary for a meaningful talk of a charge distribution in the interior of a solid. Einstein argued otherwise. Explicit citations of Duhem by Einstein are rare, but explicit invocations of a holistic picture of the structure of empirical interpretation of theories started to prevail at the turn of the 1920s. During the decade 1905 to 1915, Einstein had more or less explicitly assumed that in a good theory, there are certain individual parts that can be directly coordinated with the behavior of physically existent objects used as probes. A theory can be said to be true or false if such objects respectively behave or do not behave as predicted in special relativity, as in the classical mechanics, the foundational geometric kinetical variables, the space-time coordinates, are measured with rods and clocks separated from other non-geometric variables, say charge field strength, which were supposed to be defined by measuring the force of a charged test particle. In general relativity, coordinates are no longer directly measurable independently from the gravitational field. Still, the line elements distance between nearby space-time points were supposed to have neutral distances that can be measured with rods and clocks. In the late 1910s, pressed by the epistemological objections raised by different interlocutors, in particular Hermann Weyl and the young Wolfgang Pauli, Einstein was forced to recognize that the epistemological model was at most a provisional compromise. In principle, rod and clock-like structures should emerge as solutions of a future relativistic theory of matter, possibly a field theory encompassing gravitation and electromagnetism. In this context, the sharp distinction between rods and clocks that serve to define the geometric, kinematical structure of the theory and other material science systems would become questionable. Einstein regards such distinctions as provisionally necessary given the current state of physics. However, he recognized that in principle, a physical theory should construct rods and clocks as solutions to its equation. Einstein addressed this issue in several popular writings during the 1920s. Subspecies temporis, he argued, it was useful to compare the geometric kinematical structures of the theory with experience separately from the rest of physics. Subspecie aeternae, however, only geometry and physics taken together can be said to be true or false. This epistemological model became more appropriate while Einstein was moving beyond general relativity in the direction of theory unifying the gravitational and electromagnetic field. Einstein had to rely on progressively more abstract geometric structures, which could not be defined in terms of the behavior of some physical probes. Thus, the use of such structures was justified because of their role in theory as a whole. In the second half of the 1920s, in correspondence with Reichenbach and Meyerson, Einstein even denied that the very distinction between geometric and non-geometrical is meaningful. A different but especially interesting example of Einstein's reliance on a form of theoretical holism is found in a review that Einstein wrote in 1924 of Alfred Elsbach's Kant and Einstein, one of the flood of books and articles that then trying to reconcile the Kant philosophy, having asserted that relativity theory is incompatible with Kant's doctrine of the a priori. Einstein explains why, more generally, he is not sympathetic with Kant. This does not at first preclude one's holding at least to the Kantian problematic. Cassirer has done. I am even of the opinion that this standpoint can be rigorously refuted by no development of natural science, for one will always be able to say that critical philosophers have until now erred in the establishment of the a priori elements, and one will always be able to establish a system of a priori elements that does not contradict a given physical system. Let me briefly indicate why I do not find these standpoints natural. Physical theory consists of the parts, elements, A, B, C, D, and together that constitute a logical whole which correctly connects the pertinent experiments, sense experiences. Then it tends to be the case that the aggregate of fewer than all the elements, such as A and B and D without C, no longer says anything about these experiences, just as well A, B, and C without D. One is then free to regard the aggregate of those three elements as a priori, and only the fourth is empirically conditioned. But what remains unsatisfactory in this is always the arbitrariness in the choice of the elements that one designates as a priori, entirely apart from the fact that the theory could one day be replaced by another that replaces certain of these elements. Einstein's points seem to be that while one can always choose to designate selected elements as a priori and hence non-empirical, no principle determines which elements can be so designated, and our ability thus to designate them derives from the fact that it is only the totality of the elements that possesses empirical content. Much the same point can be made and was made by Duhem himself against those who would insulate certain statements against empirical refutation by claiming for them the status of conventional definitions. Edward Leroy, 1901, had argued thus about the law of free fall. It could not be refuted by experiment because it functioned as a definition of free fall. And Henry Poincaré in 1901 said much the same about the principles of mechanics more generally. As Einstein answered the neo-Kantians, so Duhem answered this species of conventionalist. Yes, experiments cannot refute, say, the law of free fall by itself, but only because it is part of a larger theoretical whole that has empirical content only as a whole, and various other elements of the whole could as well be said to be alone immune to refutation. That Einstein should deploy against the neo-Kantians in the early 1920s the argument that Duhem had used against the conventionalists of Poincaré and Deleuze is interesting from the point of view of Einstein's relationship with those who were leading the development of logical empiricism in the scientific philosophy in the 1920s, especially Schlicht and Reichenbach. Einstein shared with Schlicht and Reichenbach the goal of crafting a new form of empiricism that would be adequate to the task of defending general relativity against neo-Kantian critiques. But while they all agreed that what Kant regarded as the a priori element in scientific cognition was better understood as a conventional moment in science, they were growing to disagree dramatically over the nature and place of conventions in science. The classical logical empiricist view that the movement of convention was restricted to conventional coordinating definitions that endow individual primitive terms worked well but did not comport well with the holism about other theories. It was this argument over the nature and place of the convention in science that underlies Einstein's gradual philosophical estrangement from Schlicht and Reichenbach in the 1920s. Serious in its own right, the argument over conventions was entangled with two other issues as well, namely realism and Einstein's famous view of theories as the free creations of the human spirit. In both instances, what troubled Einstein was that a verificationist semantics made the link between theory and experience too strong, leaving too small a role for theory itself in creative theorizing that produces it. If theory choice is empirically determinate, especially if theoretical concepts are explicitly constructed from empirical primitives, as Carnap's program in the Aufbau, then it is hard to see how the theory gives us a story about anything other than experience. As noted, Einstein was not what we would today call a scientific realist, but he still believed that there was content in theory beyond mere empirical content. He believed that theoretical sciences gave us a window on nature itself, even if in principle there will be no one uniquely correct story at the level of deep ontology. And if the only choice in theory choice is among conventional coordinating definitions, then that is no choice at all, a point stressed by Reichenbach, especially as an important positive implication of his position. Reichenbach argued that if empirical content is the only content, then empirically equivalent theories have the same content, the difference resulting from their difference, choices of coordinating definitions being like in kind to the differences between S. Regnet and Il Pleu, or the differences between expressing the result of a measurement in English or metric units. Just two different ways of saying the same thing. But then Einstein would ask, is there any role for the creative intelligence of theoretical physicists if there's no room for genuine choice in science, if experience somehow dictates theory construction? The argument over the nature of the role of conventions in science continued to the very end of Einstein's life, reaching its highest level of sophistication in the exchange between Reichenbach and Einstein in the Library of Living Philosophers volume, Albert Einstein, Philosopher, Physicist, 1949. The question is, again, whether the choice of geometry is empirical, conventional, or a priori. In his contribution, Reichenbach reasserted his old view that once an appropriate coordinating definition is established, equating some practically rigid rod with the geometer's rigid body, then the geometry of physical space is wholly determined by empirical evidence. The choice of geometry is arbitrary only so long as no definition of congruence is specified. Once this definition is set up, it becomes an empirical question which geometry holds for physical space. The conventionalist overlooks the fact that only the incomplete statement of geometry in which a reference to the definition of congruence is omitted is arbitrary. Einstein's clever reply includes a dialogue between two characters, Reichenbach and Poincaré, in which Reichenbach concedes to Poincaré that there is no perfectly rigid bodies in nature and that physics must be used to correct for such things as thermal deformations, from which it follows that what we actually test is geometry plus physics, not geometry alone. Here's an anonymous non-positivist takes Poincaré's place. out of respect, says Einstein, for Picard's superiority as a thinker and author, but also perhaps because he realized that the point of view that follows was more Duhem than Poincare. The non-positivist then argues that one's granting that geometry and physics are tested together contravenes the positivist identification of meaning with verifiability. Non-positivist. If under the stated circumstances you hold the distance to be legitimate concept, how then is it with your basic principle, meaning equals verifiability, must you not come to the point where you deny the meaning of geometric statements and concede meaning only to the completely developed theory of relativity, which still does not exist at all as a finished product? Must you not grant that no meaning whatsoever in your sense belongs to the individual concepts and statements of physical theory, such meaning belonging instead to the whole system insofar as it makes intelligible what is given in experience? Why do the individual concepts that occur in theory require any separate justification after all, if they are indispensable only within the framework of logical structure of the theory, and if the theory as a whole that stands the test? 2 years before the Quine publication of Two Dogmas of Empiricism, 1951, Einstein here makes explicit the semantic implications of a thoroughgoing holism. If theory choice is empirically undetermined, then obvious question is why we are so little aware of the undetermination in the day-to-day conduct of science. In a 1918 address celebrating Max Planck's 60th birthday, Einstein approaches this question via distinction between practice and principle. The supreme task of the physicist, the search for those most general elementary laws from which the world picture is to be obtained through pure deduction. No logical path leads to these elementary laws. It is instead just the intuition that rests on an empathetic understanding of experience. In the state of methodological uncertainty, one can think of the arbitrarily many in themselves equally justified system of theoretical principles were possible, and this opinion is in principle certainly correct, but the development of physics has shown that all the conceivable theoretical constructions a single one has at any given time proved itself unconditionally superior to all others. No one who has really gone deeply into the subject will deny that in practice the role of perception determines the theoretical system unambiguously, even though no logical path leads from the perceptions to the basic principles of the theory. But why is theory choice in practice seemingly empirically determined? Einstein hinted at the answer the year before in a letter to Schlicht, where he commended Schlicht's argument that the deep elements of theoretical ontology have as much claim to the status of the real as do Mach's elements of sensation, but suggested that we are nonetheless speaking of two different kinds of reality. How do they differ? It appears to me that the word real is taken in different senses according to whether impression or events, that is to say, states of affairs in the physical sense, are spoken of. If two different people pursue physics independently of one another, they will create systems that certainly agree as regard the impression, elements in Mach's sense. The mental constructions that the two devise for connecting these elements can be vastly different, and the two constructions need not agree as regards the events, for those surely belong to the conceptual construction. Certainly on the elements, but not the events, are real in the sense of being given unavoidably in experience. But if we designate as real that which we arrange in the space-time schema, as you have done in the theory of knowledge, then without doubt the events above all are real. I would like to recommend a clean conceptual distinction here. Why in practice are physicists unaware of underdetermination? It is because ours is not the situation of two different peoples pursuing physics independently of one another. Though Einstein does not say it explicitly, the implication seems to be that apparent determination in theory choice is mainly a consequence of our all being similarly socialized as we become members of the common scientific community. Part of what it means to be a member of such a community is that we have been taught to make our theoretical choices in accordance with criteria or values that we hold in common. Simplicity in theory choice. For Einstein, as many others, simplicity is the criterion that mainly steers theory choice in domains where experiment and observation no longer provide an unambiguous guide. Furthermore, this conceptual system that is univocally coordinated with the world of experience is reducible to a few basic laws from which the whole system can be developed logically. With every new important advance, the researcher here sees his expectations surpassed, in that those basic laws are more and more simplified under the press of experience. With astonishment, he sees apparent chaos resolved in sublime order that is to be attributed not to the rule of the individual mind, but to the constitution of the world of experience. This is what Leibniz so happily characterized as pre-established harmony. Physicists strenuously reproach many epistemologists for their insufficient appreciation of this circumstance. Here it seems to me lied the root of the controversy carried out some years ago between Mach and Planck. Einstein's celebration of simplicity as a guide to theory choice comes clearly to the fore in the early 1930s when he was immersed in the project of unified field theory. In his 1933 Herbert Spencer lecture, if then it is true that the axiomatic foundation of theoretical physics cannot be extracted from experience, but must be freely invented, may we ever hope to find the right way? Furthermore, does this right way exist anywhere other than in our illusions? May we hope to be guided safely by experience at all if there exist theories such as classical mechanics, which to a large extent do justice to experience without comprehending the matter in a deep way? To these questions, I answer with complete confidence that, in my opinion, the right way exists and that we are capable of finding it. Our experience hitherto justifies us in trusting that nature is the realization of the simplest that is mathematically conceivable. I am convinced that purely mathematical constructions enable us to find those concepts and unlike law-like connections between them that provide the key to the understanding of natural phenomenon. Useful mathematical concepts may well be suggested by experience, but in no way can they be derived from it. Experience naturally remains the sole criterion of the usefulness of mathematical construction for physics, but the actual creative principle lies in mathematics. Thus, in certain sense, I take it to be true that pure thought can grasp the real as the ancients had dreamed. Einstein's conviction that the theoretical physicist must trust simplicity is that his work was moving steadily into domains even further removed from direct contact with observation and experiment. Einstein started to routinely claim that this was the lesson he had drawn from the way in which he had found general relativity. There are, however, good reasons to think that Einstein's selective recollections were instrumental to his defense of relying on a purely mathematical strategy in the search for a unified field theory. The theory of relativity is a beautiful example of the basic character of the modern development of theory. That is to say, the hypothesis from which one starts becomes ever more abstract and more remote from experience, but in turn, one comes closer to the preeminent goal of science, that of encompassing a maximum of empirical contents through logical deduction with a minimum of hypotheses or axioms. The intellectual path from the axioms to the empirical contents or to the testable consequences becomes thereby even longer and more subtle. The theoretician is forced even more to allow himself to be directed by purely mathematical former points of view in the search for theories, because the physical experience of the experimenter is not capable of leading us up to the regions of the highest abstractions. Tentative deductions take the place of the predominantly inductive methods appropriate to the youthful states of science. Such a theoretical structure must be quite thoroughly elaborated in order for it to lead to consequences that can be compared with experience. It is certainly the case that here as well the empirical fact is the all-powerful judge, but its judgment can be handed down only on the basis of great and difficult intellectual effort, that the first bridges the wide space between axioms and testable consequences. The theorist must accomplish this Herculean task with a clear understanding that their effort may only be destined to prepare the way for a death sentence for his theory. One should not reproach the theorist who undertakes such a task by calling him a fantast. Instead, one must allow him his fantasizing, since for him there is no other way to his goal whatsoever. Indeed, it is no planless fantasizing, but rather a search for the logically simplest possibility and their consequences. What warrant is there for thus trusting in simplicity? At best, one can do is a kind of meta-induction, that the totality of all sensory experience can be comprehended on the basis of a conceptual system built on premises of great simplicity, will be derided by skeptics as a miracle creed, but Einstein adds it is a miracle creed which has been borne out to an amazing extent by the development of science. The success of previous physical theories justifies our trusting that nature is the realization of the simplest that is mathematically conceivable. but for all that Einstein's faith in simplicity was strong, he despaired of giving precise formal characterizations of how we assess the simplicity of a theory. In 1946, he wrote about the perspective of simplicity he termed the inner perfection of a theory. This point of view, whose exact formulation meets with great difficulties, has played an important role in the selection and evaluation of theories from time immemorial. The problem here is not simply one of kind of enumeration of the logically independent premise, if anything like this were at all possible with ambiguity, but one of a kind of reciprocal weighing of incommensurable qualities. I shall not attempt to excuse the lack of precision of these assertions on the grounds of insufficient space at my disposal. I must confess herein that I cannot at this point, and perhaps not at all, replace these hints by more precise definitions. I believe, however, that a sharper formulation would be possible. In any case, it turns out that among the oracles, there usually is agreement in judging the inner perfection of the theories, and even more so concerning the degree of external confirmation. As in 1980, so in 1946 and beyond, Einstein continues to be impressed that the oracles, presumably the leaders of the relevant scientific community, tend to agree in their judgments of simplicity. That is why, in practice, simplicity seems to determine theory choice univocally. Univocalness in the theoretical representation of nature. In the physics and philosophy of science literature in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the principle according to which scientific theorizing should strive for univocal representation of nature was widely as well known under the name that it was given in the title of a widely cited essay by Joseph Petzold, The Law of Univocalness, an indication that the map of philosophical positions was drawn then in a manner very different from today is too found in the fact that the principle found favor among both anti-metaphysical logical empiricists such as Carnap and neo-Kantians such as Cassirer. It played a major role in debates over the ontological and general relativity and was an important part of the background to the development of modern concept of categoricity in formal semantics. One can find no more ardent and consistent champion of the principle than Einstein. The principle of univocalness shall not be mistaken for a denial of the underdetermination thesis. The latter asserts that a multiplicity of theories can equally well account for a given body of empirical evidence, perhaps even the infinity of all possible evidence in the extreme. Quinean version of the thesis, the principle of univocalness asserts that any one theory, even any one among a set of empirically equivalent theories, should provide a univocal representation of nature by determining for itself the isomorphic set of models. The unambiguous determination of a theory choice by evidence is not the same thing as univocal determination of a class of models by a theory. The principle of univocalness played a central role in Einstein's struggle to formulate the general theory of relativity. When in 1913 Einstein wrongfully rejected a fully generated covariant theory of gravitation, he did so in part because he thought wrongly that general covariant field equations failed to test the univocalness. More specifically, he reasoned wrongly that for a region of spacetime devoid of matter and energy, a whole generally covariant field equation permit the construction of two different solutions, different in the sense that in general, for spacetime points inside the whole, they assign different values to the metric tensor to one and the same point, but Einstein's whole argument is wrong in his own diagnosis of the error in 1915, resting in, ironically, on a deployment of the principle of univocalness. When Einstein realized in 1915 was that in 1913, he was wrongly assuming that the coordinate chart suffices to fix the identity of spacetime manifold points. The application of a coordinate chart cannot suffice to individuate manifold points precisely because a coordinate chart is not an invariant labeling scheme, whereas univocalness in the representation of nature requires such invariance. Einstein's new point of view, according to which the physically real consists exclusively in that which can be constructed on the basis of spacetime coincidence, spacetime points. Spacetime coincidences play the privileged ontic role because they are invariant and that univocally determined. Spacetime coordinates lack such invariance, a circumstance that Einstein thereafter repeatedly formulated as the claim that space and time thereby lose the vast vestige of physical reality. One telling measure of the philosophical importance of Einstein's new perspective on the ontology of spacetime is the fact that Schlick devoted his first book, for which Einstein had high praise, But what most interested Einstein was Schlick's discussion of the reality concept. Schlick argued that Mach was wrong to regard only the elements of sensation as real. Space-time events individuated invariantly as space-time coincidences have as much or more right to be taken as real precisely because of the univocal manner in their determination. Einstein wholeheartedly agreed, though he ventured the above quoted suggestion that one should distinguish the two kinds of reality, that the elements and that of space-time events, on the ground that if two different peoples pursued physics independently of one another, they were fated to agree about the elements, but would almost surely produce different theoretical constructions at a level of space-time event ontology. Note again that underdetermination is not a failure of univocalness. Different though they will be, each people's theoretical construction of an event ontology would be expected to be univocal. Schlicht, of course, went on to become founder of the Vienna Circle, a leading figure in the development of logical empiricism, a champion of verificationism. That being so, an important question arises about Schlick's interpretation of Einstein and the univocal determination of spacetime events as spacetime coincidences. The question in this, do such univocal coincidences play such a privileged role because of the reality or because of their observability? Clearly the former. The reality of that which is univocally determined is important, but are univocal spacetime coincidences real because, thanks to their invariance, they are observable, or is their observability consequent upon their invariant reality? Einstein himself repeatedly stressed the observable character of spacetime coincidences. Schlick, still self-described realist in 1917, as well was clear about the relationship between observability and reality. He distinguished macroscopic coincidences in the field of our sense experience, to which he does not accord a privileged and foundational epistemic status, from the microscopic point coincidences that define an ontology of spacetime manifold points. Mapping the former onto the latter is, for Schlick, an important part of the business of confirmation, but the reality of spacetime manifolds points is in no way consequent upon their observability. Indeed, how strictly speaking can one even talk about the observation of infinitesimal space-time coincidences of the kind encountered in the intersection of two world lines? In fact, the order of implication goes the other way. Space-time events individuated as space-time coincidences are real because they're invariant, and such observability as they might possess is consequent upon their status as invariant bits of physical reality. For Einstein and for Schlicht in 1917, understanding the latter, physical reality is the goal of physical theory. Realism and separability. As we have seen, Schlicht promoted a realistic interpretation of the ontology of general relativity. After reading the manuscript early in 1917, Einstein wrote to Schlicht that the last section of Relations to Philosophy seems to me excellent, just the sort of praise one would expect from a fellow realist. 3 years earlier, the Bonn mathematician Edward Study had written another well-known, indeed very well-known, defense of realism. Einstein read it in September of 1918. Much of it he liked, especially the droll style. Pressed by Study to say more about the points where he disagreed, Einstein replied on the 25th of September in a rather surprising way. I'm supposed to explain to you my doubts by laying stress on these. It will appear that I want to pick holes in you everywhere, but things are not so bad because I do not feel comfortable and at home in any of these isms. It always seems to me as though such an ism were strong only as long as it nourishes itself on the weakness of its counter-ism, but if the latter is struck dead and it is alone on an open field, then it also turns out to be unsteady on its feet, so away we go. The physical world is real. That is supposed to be the fundamental hypothesis. What does hypothesis mean here? For me, hypothesis is a statement whose truth must be assumed for at the moment, but whose meaning must be raised above all ambiguity. The above statement appears to me, however, to be in and of itself meaningless, as it once said the physical world is a cockadoodle. It appears to me the real is an intrinsically empty, meaningless category, pigeonhole, whose monstrous importance lies only in the fact that I can do certain things in it and not certain others. The division is, to be sure, not an arbitrary one, but instead I can see that the natural science concern the real, but I'm still not a realist. Lest there be any doubt that Einstein has a little sympathy for the other side, he adds, the positive or pragmatist is strong as long as he battles against the opinions that there are concepts that anchored in the a priori. When in his enthusiasm he forgets that all knowledge consists in concepts and judgments, then that is weakness that lies not in the nature of things, but in his personal disposition, just as with the senseless battle against hypotheses, the clear book by Duhem. In any case, the railing against atoms rests upon this weakness, on how hard things are for man in this world. The path to originality leads through unreason in the sciences, through ugliness in the arts, at least the path that many find passable. What could Einstein mean by saying that he concedes that the natural sciences concern the real, but that he is still not a realist, and that the real in the statements the physical world is real is an intrinsically empty, meaningless category? The answer might be that realism for Einstein is not a philosophical doctrine about the interpretation of scientific theories or the semantics of theoretical terms. For Einstein, realism is a physical postulate, one of a most interesting kind, as he explained on March 18th, 1948, in a long note at the end of the manuscript of Max Morin's Natural Philosophy of Cause and Chance, which Morin had sent to Einstein for commentary. I just want to explain what I mean when I say that we should not try to hold on to physical reality. We are, to be sure, all of us well aware of the situation regarding what will turn out to be the basic foundational concepts in physics. The point mass of the particle is surely not among them. The field, in the Faraday-Maxwell sense, might be, but not with certainty. But that which we conceive as existing actual should somehow be localized in time and space. That is, the real in one point of space A should in theory somehow exist independently of that which is thought of as real in another part of space B. If a physical system stretches over those the part of space A and B, then what is present in B should somehow have existence independent of what is present in A. What is actually present in B should thus not depend upon the type of measurement carried out in the part of space A. It should also be independent of whether or not, after all, the measurement is made in A. If one adheres to this program, then one can hardly view the quantum theoretical description as a complete representation of the physically real. If one attempts nevertheless so to view it, then one must assume that the physically real in B undergoes a sudden change because of measurement in A. My physical instincts bristle at the suggestion. However, one renounces the assumption that what is present in different parts of space has independent real existence, then I do not at all see what physics is supposed to describe. For what is thought to be a system is, after all, just conventional, and I do not see how one is supposed to divide up the world objectively so that one can make statements about the parts. Realism is thus a thesis of spatial separability, the claim that spatial separation is sufficient condition for the individuation of physical systems, and its assumption is here made into almost a necessary condition for the possibility of an intelligible science of physics. The postulate of spatial separability as that which undergirds the ontic independence and hence individual identities of the system that physics describes was an important part of Einstein's thinking about the foundation of physics since at the least the time of his very first paper, Quantum Hypothesis, in 1905. But the true significance of this separability principle emerged most clearly in 1935 when it's hinted in the just quoted remark Einstein made. It was one of the central premises of his argument for the incompleteness of quantum mechanics. It is not so clearly deployed in the published version of Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paper 1935, but Einstein did not write that paper and did not like the way the argument appeared there. Separability is, however, an explicit premise in all of Einstein's later presentations of the argument for the incompleteness of quantum mechanics, both in correspondence and in print. In brief, the argument is this: separability implies that a space-like separated system have associated with them independent real states of affairs. A second postulate, locality, implies that the events in one region of spacetime cannot physically influence physical reality in a region of spacetime separated from the first by a space-like interval. Consider now an experiment in which two systems, A and B, interact in separate subsequent measurements on each corresponding to space-like separate events. Separability implies that A and B have separate B real physical states, and locality implies that the measurement performed on A cannot influence B real physical state. But quantum mechanics describes different theoretical states, different wave functions to B depending upon the parameter that is measured on A. Therefore, quantum mechanics describes different theoretical states to B when B possesses, in fact, one real physical state. Hence, quantum mechanics is incomplete. One wants to ask many questions. First, what notion of completeness is being invoked here? It is not deductive completeness. It is closer in kind to what is termed categoricity in formal semantics, a categorical theory being one whose models are all isomorphic to one another. It is closer still to the principle discussed above and cited as a precursor to the concept of categoricity, namely the principle of univocalness, which we found doing some important work in Einstein's quest for general theory of relativity, where it was the premise forcing the adoption of an invariant and thus univocal scheme for the individuation of spacetime manifold points. The next question is why separability is viewed by Einstein as virtually an a priori necessary condition for the possibility of science of physics. One reason is because of field theory like general relativity, which was Einstein's model for future unified foundation of physics, is an extremely extreme embodiment of the principle of separability. Field theory has carried out this principle to the extreme in that it localizes within infinitely small four-dimensional space elements the elementary things existing independently of the one another that it takes as basic as well as elementary laws that it postulates for them. And a field theory like general relativity can do this because the infinitesimal metric interval, the careful way to think about separation in generic relativistic spacetime, is invariant, hence univocally determined under all continuous coordinate transformations. Another reason why Einstein would be inclined to view separability as an a priori necessity is that it thus invoking separability to grounds individuation. Einstein places himself in a tradition of so viewing spatial separability with very strong Kantian roots, a tradition in which spatial separability was known by the name that Arthur Schopenhauer famously gave to it, the principium individuationis. A final question one wants to ask is, what does any of this have to do with realism? One might grant Einstein's point that real ontology requires a principle of individuation without agreeing that separability provides the only conceivable such principle. Separability together with invariance of the infinitesimal metric interval implies that in general relativistic spacetime, there are joints everywhere, meaning that we can carve up the universe in any way we choose and still have ontically independent parts, but quantum entanglement can read as implying that this liberation scheme of individuation does not work. Can quantum mechanics not be given a realistic interpretation? Many would say yes. Einstein said no. The principal theory is constructive theory's distinction. There's much that is original in Einstein's philosophy of science as described thus far, and at the very least he rearranged the bits and pieces of doctrine that he learned from others, Kant, Mach, Duhem, Poincare, Schlicht, and others in a strikingly novel way, but Einstein's most original contribution to 20th century philosophy of science lies elsewhere in his distinction between what he termed principal theories and constructive theories. This idea first found its way into print in a brief in the 1919 article, The Times of London. A constructive theory, as the name implies, provides a constructive model for the phenomenon of interest. An example would be the kinetic theory. A principal theory consists of a set of individually well-confirmed high-level empirical generalizations which permit a precise formulation. Examples include the first and second laws of thermodynamics. Ultimate understanding requires a constructive theory, but often, says Einstein, progress in theory is impeded by premature attempts at developing constructive theories in the absence of sufficient constraints by means of which the narrow range of possible constructive theories. It is the function of principal theories to provide such constraints, and progress is often best achieved by focusing first on the establishment of such principles. According to Einstein, this is how he achieved his breakthrough with the theory of relativity, which he says in a principal theory, its two principles being the relativity principle and the light principle. While the principal theory's constructive theories distinctions first made its way into print in the 1919, there is considerable evidence that it played an explicit role in Einstein's thinking much earlier. Nor was it only the relativity and light principles that served Einstein as constraints in his theorizing. Thus, he explicitly mentions the Boltzmann principle as another such. This equation connects thermodynamics with molecular theory. It yields as well the statistical probabilities of the state of systems for which we are not in a position to construct molecular theoretical models. To this extent, Boltzmann's magnificent idea is significant for theoretical physics because it provides a heuristic principle whose range exceeds beyond the domain of validity of molecular mechanics. Einstein is here alluding to the famous entropic analogy whereby in the 1905 photon hypothesis paper he reasoned from the fact that blackbody radiation in the Wien region satisfies the Boltzmann principle to the conclusion that in that regime radiation behaves as if it consisted of mutually independent corpuscle-like quanta of electromagnetic energy. The quantum hypothesis is a constructive model of radiation. The Boltzmann principle is the constraint that first suggested that model. Their anticipations of the principal theories, constructive theories, distinction in the 19th century electrodynamic literature, James Clerk Maxwell, in particular, being a source from which Einstein might have drawn. At the turn of the century, the physics of principles was a subject under wide discussion. At the turn of the 1900s, Henrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré presented the opposition between the physics of principles and the physics of models as commonplace. In a similar vein, Arnold Sommerfeld opposed the physics of problems, a style of doing physics based on concrete puzzle solving, to the practice of principles defended by Max Planck. Philip Frank defined relativity theory as a conceptual theory based on abstract but empirically well-confirmed principles rather than intuitive models. Probably many others examples could be found, but however extensive his borrowings, no explicit debt was ever acknowledged. In Einstein's hand, the distinction becomes a methodological tool of impressive scope and fertility. What is puzzling and even a bit sad is that this most original methodological insight of Einstein has comparatively little impact on later philosophy of science or practice in physics. Only in recent decades, Einstein's constructive principle distinction has attracted interest in the philosophical literature, originating a still living philosophical debate on the foundation of space-time theories. Conclusion. Albert Einstein, philosopher, physicist. Einstein's influence on 20th century philosophy of science is comparable to his influence on 20th century physics. What made this possible? One explanation looks at the institutional disciplinary history of theoretical physics and the philosophy of science. Each was in its own domain a new mode of thought in the latter 19th century, and each finally began to secure for itself a solid institutional basis in the early 20th century. In a curious way, the two movements helped one another. Philosophers of science helped to legitimate theoretical physics by locating the significant cognitive content of science in its theory. Theoretical physicists helped to legitimate philosophy of science by providing for analysis of subject matter that was radically reshaping our understanding of nature and the place of humankind within it. In some cases, the help was even more direct, as with the work of Einstein and Max Planck in the mid-1920s to create in the physics department at the University of Berlin a chair in the philosophy of science for Reichenbach. And we should remember the example of the physicists Mach and Ludwig Boltzmann, who were the first two occupants of the new chair for the philosophy of science at the University of Vienna at the turn of the century. Another explanation looks to the education of young physicists in Einstein's day. Not only was Einstein's own youthful reading heavily focused on philosophy more generally and the philosophy of science in particular, in which respects he was not unlike other physicists of his generation, but also his university physics curriculum included a required course in the theory of scientific thought. An obvious question is whether or not the early cultivation of a philosophical habit of mind made a difference in the way Einstein and his contemporaries approached physics, as indicated by his November 44 letter to Robert Thornton, quoted at the beginning of this article. Einstein thought that it did. Okay, moving right along. So, yes, I said that, I'm going to cover logical empiricism now, and the important matter here is this pick and choose matter of philosophy of science, which is probably the mainstream school. So, I'm going to cover logical empiricism, logical positivism, and we'll see, Einstein helped create Reichenbach as the chair of the first university position for the philosophy of science department, and Reichenbach is, coming to America, becomes the founder for most of the modern philosophy of science. However, we'll see that there no longer really exist schools to say that logical positivism, logical empiricism is the mainstream school. Might loosely be accurate. It's even hard to divide people into schools, as almost everybody now follows this opportunism of Einstein of just picking and choosing what works. But many of these ideas are extremely important. Will have overlap moving forward. Plus, obviously, Einstein's relativity, general relativity, leading into the quantum revolution, will also have a huge impact on the philosophy of sciences, seeing that observation no longer becomes possible in what we talked about, theory and observation and instrumentation, as where modern scientific theories are more proven through instruments of things that are not observable, or so to say are observable through instruments, not through direct observation. So I'm going at 3 hours. I definitely want to cover logical empiricism. It's possible I'll also do measurement, although maybe I'll just stop after this. So making a lot of progress, a lot of important stuff here. So let's continue on. Logical empiricism will somewhat complete the cycle of the major history in the development of the philosophy of science. There's going to be a lot more, but once we get to post-World War II, it doesn't nicely flow. There's, kind of like those other reading, there's just a whole bunch of theories and ideas, and they're not systematized, and you have single thinkers that are experts in one small component. As science became much too large to have broad thinkers that theorized all over science. And even most of these like broad thinkers that theorized into the 70s and 80s were pre-war thinkers that had long lives, like the logical empiricist. And it's hard to even think of major philosophers of science. I mean, if you considered maybe like Lex Friedman, or some of the mathematicians, the physicists, the popular people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, or Sean Carroll, or even Sam Harris, it's hard to even classify them as philosophers of science, and whether they're in a tradition. And the collaboration, mentioned like Lex Friedman or something, like the collaboration between philosophers and scientists, as we see where Einstein had regular contact. He was a scientist, but he had regular conversation and companionship, academic writing events together with the philosophers of science, in so much that Einstein was also a philosopher of science and wrote and spoke widely on the topic. But most important, the culmination through part 4 of this series is through logical empiricism, positivism, and then after that, there's a lot more to cover, but this will basically complete the course of the historical development of the philosophy of science from the foundation of the Royal Society, Isaac Newton, Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, through Kant, the Neo-Kantians, and the Vienna Circle. Yeah, Feyerabend also. But I mean, he lived a long life, but I mean, Feyerabend was alive during World War II. So I was saying like the big names in philosophy of science were people who were trained in Europe before the war. And so you think most of the names today that you read on the philosophy of science are people that were trained in Europe, mostly Germany, before the war, and lived a long life. We'll see here that some of these people lived extremely long. And whether the students or the people like they mentioned today, like Nancy Cartwright, or Friedman, or these various names, the thinkers, they're not well known. They're not and they're more compartmentalized to smaller fields. So let's go. Logical empiricism. Logical empiricism is a philosophical movement rather than a set of doctrines, and it flourished in the 1920s and 30s in several centers in Europe, and in the 1940s and 50s in the United States. It has several different leaders whose views changed considerably over time. Moreover, these thinkers differed from one another often sharply because logical empiricism is here construed as a movement rather than a doctrine. There is probably no important position that all logical empiricists shared, including, surprisingly enough, empiricism. And while most participants in the movement were empiricists of one form or another, they disagreed as to what the best form of empiricism was and on the cognitive status of empiricism. What held the group together was a common concern for scientific methodology and the important role that science could play in reshaping society. Within that scientific methodology, the logical empiricists wanted to find a natural and important role for logic and mathematics, and to find an understanding of philosophy according to which it was part of the scientific enterprise. Mapping the movement. The term logical empiricist has no very precise boundaries and still less that distinguishes it from logical positivism. It is therefore hard to map. Logical empiricist here includes three groups. One, the Vienna Circle, here taken broadly to include those who were part of the various private discussion groups, especially that around Mort Schlicht and also the members of the Ernst Mach Society. Two, the smaller but perhaps more influential Berlin Society for Empirical Philosophy, later the Berlin Society for Scientific Philosophy, and three, those influenced by or who interacted with members of the first two groups and shared an intellectual kinship with them. Besides Vienna and Berlin, there were important centers for the movement in England, France, Scandinavia, and several universities in the US and even China. This characterization includes thinkers who disagreed with doctrines espoused by members of the original groups, and even some who defined themselves in opposition to the movement. This results in a vague boundary, but it suffices to identify a movement in which a large number of able philosophers self consciously participated and to distinguish logical empiricism from other movements. Many of the most important philosophers in the mid 20th century, Hans Hahn, Mort Schlick, Rudolf Carnap, and Otto Neurath, were leaders of the Vienna Circle, and Kurt Gödel regularly attended its meeting. This list of members, visitors, and interlocutors is staggering, including A.J. Ayers, Herbert Feigl, Philipp Frank, Hans Hahn, Karl Hemper, Karl Menger, Richard von Mises, Ernst Nagel, Karl Popper, W.V. Quine, Frank Ramsey, Hans Reichenbach, Alfred Tarski, Friedrich Waismann, and Ludwig Wittgenstein, among many others. Not all of these would admit to being part of the logical empiricist movement, of course, but a case can be made that all contributed to it. The Berlin Society for Empirical or Scientific Philosophy was, as stated, smaller but perhaps more influential, led by Hans Reichenbach. It included Kurt Grilling, Walter Dubislav, Kurt Lewin, Richard von Mises, Paul Oppenheim, and others. Hempel took his doctorate in Berlin, working with Reichenbach until the latter was forced to leave in 1933. Hempel also spent time in Vienna and Prague. Of course, among the foremost associates of the Berlin Society was Albert Einstein, who was also in Berlin until 1933. Because of the catastrophic dislocation of Europe in the 1930s, the main focus of the logical empiricists moved from Central Europe to America by the close of that decade. In the U.S., these exiles were joined by the Americans. The American incarnation of logical empiricism movement enjoyed generally good relations with the American pragmatists, not only because many of the logical empiricists had a strong pragmatist component of their philosophy, but also because the pragmatism and logical empiricists shared a common concern for empirical methodology in the service of social reform. Institutionally, the movement was represented in most major American universities, such as the Journal of Philosophy of Science with Carnap and Feigl on the editorial boards, and Reichenbach and Schlicht on the advisory board. The Philosophical Studies, founded and edited for many years by Feigl and Sellers, provided ample outlet for their publications. In addition, the Inner Scientific Discussion Group was founded by Philipp Frank at Harvard. That grew into the Institute for the Unity of Science, called by some the Vienna Circle, in exile. Meanwhile, in Chicago, the Encyclopedia of Unified Science was established by North Carnap and Morris as its editors. But even from the late 1930s onwards, the movement was hardly limited to America. Wittgenstein returned to Cambridge in 1929, but with regular visits to Vienna, including those in which he discussed issues surrounding a strong version of verificationism with Schlicht and Weismann. Popper fled to New Zealand in 1937, and in 1946 moved to the London School of Economics. It is impossible to say when logical empiricism seeks to be sufficiently cohesive to be identifiable as a continuing movement. Certainly by the 1960s, a great many philosophers, including many who had earlier clearly been part of the movement, were identifying themselves in opposition to what they took to be logical empiricists, uh, and some members simply changed their minds and pursued different projects. Background. One long-term process with profound implications was the steady departure of the various sciences from philosophy to form autonomous disciplines. By early in the 20th century, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and the social sciences were all pursued professionally and independently from philosophy, and psychology was just separating from philosophy. Yes, there were some polymaths who could and did pursue science and philosophy professionally. Those were increasingly rare. Those single discipline scientists did from time to time make philosophic seeming pronouncements, but they did so from outside the field. The pattern of steady departures raised the pressing question: what sort of thing remained behind? Once mathematics and the empirical science all left, what was left for philosophy? The nature of philosophy was always a vexed philosophical question, but now it was particularly insistent. Surely there was no domain of empirical facts that philosophy could call its own. One answer available at the time that logical empiricism flourished was that the genuinely philosophical remainder of the departure of the sciences is somehow deeper than the empirical sciences and gets its matters, perhaps cultural ones, that are more profound and important than anything that empirical science even can address. This is either because on this conception philosophy has made as a mode of access or evidence that the empirical sciences do not and cannot have, or because the very idea of fidelity to evidence and punctilious argument is somehow small minded. The logical empiricists found this answer unappealing. Indeed, the conception of philosophy is precisely what Carnot meant by metaphysics. As a consequence, what Carnot meant by that word is different from the late 20th and early 21st century philosophers generally mean in describing their own work as analytic metaphysics. The logical empiricists were eager to conceive of their enterprise as scientific and to engage in philosophy only insofar as it also was scientific. The science need not be empirical and need not include all that was traditional in philosophy that had not been incorporated into the independent sciences. The decision to be scientific can hardly be the end of the story. It requires rather better and more detailed answers to questions about what scientific methods are, how the mathematical and other apparently non-empirical sciences fit together with the empirical ones, and what more precisely philosophy's role was. A second series of developments that raised questions for logical empiricism to address were developments in the sciences themselves, especially the rise of non-Euclidean geometries and mathematics and the establishment of relativity theory in physics. These posed a serious challenge to what would otherwise have been an attractive scientific philosophy, namely some version of Kantianism. Kant had recognized that the best of modern science was often mathematical in character and had labored to integrate both geometry and arithmetic into our empirical picture of the world. He had held that we could not represent the world except as Euclidean structure, and hence Euclidean geometry was a priori a permanent feature of any future physics. The demonstration that non-Euclidean pure geometrical structures were as consistent as Euclidean ones, and that spaces can indeed be represented as non-Euclidean manifolds, was one half of the problem. The other half came when Einstein argued convincingly that physical space was best described as non-Euclidean manifold of non-content curvature. Plainly, Euclidean geometry could not be a guarantee of the future physics. Modern mathematical logic also posed a problem for other Kantian claims, but not in the same wrenching way. Many logical empiricists started out as neo-Kantians: Reichenbach, Carnot, Schlicht, and even Hempel. The difficulty with geometry and relativity certainly do not refute all forms of neo-Kantianism, but the difficulties are quite real nonetheless. The need to understand how mathematics can be integrated into what is otherwise an empirical enterprise, physics, chemistry, biology. Addressing this need was to be a major part of the logical empiricist program. The main leaders of the movement were politically and culturally engaged, accompanied by the conviction that their cultures were incapable of the necessary reform and renewal because people were in effect enslaved by unscientific metaphysical ways of thinking. Such ways of thinking might be exemplified in theology, in the racial hatred of the day, in conceptions of property, and traditional ideas about the proper role of men in women's society. So to articulate a scientific world conception and to defend it against metaphysics was not just to express an academic position in a narrow sense, it was a political act as well. It was to strike a blow for the liberation of the mind. To articulate scientific method and scientific conception of philosophy was an essential first step in the reform of society and in the emancipation of humankind. If all this sounds like something out of the 18th century Enlightenment, the analogy was not lost on the logical empiricists themselves. Andre Carus has argued that this is exactly what Carnap had in mind by explication. Nora frequently drew parallels between the logical empiricist anti-metaphysical program and the earlier Enlightenment ambitions. Certainly, Kant had inveighed against the metaphysics of his time, and the anti-metaphysical tradition remained strong within the scientific community through the 19th century. Since Newton, the most paradigmatic examples of empirical science were those claims, usually quantitative ones, that were properly inferred from or appropriately confirmed by experience. Speaking very informally, these are the ones that have good reason to believe, or at least better reason to believe than the available alternatives. The problem, of course, is to specify the form of proper inferences, the form of appropriate confirmation relation, and or the structure of good reasons. The task is daunting, but logic, in a suitably broad sense, seems to be the right tool. Still speaking, informally, logic seems to give us the structure of good reasoning. There are other conceptions of logic, of course, but this is standard one and pretty well describes what the movement needed. If logic was the tool that was wanted, it was newly ready for service. The progress of modern mathematical logic from Bolzano through Russell and beyond was truly impressive. Arguably, it could now express all parts of classical mathematics. Besides the first order predicate calculus, one would need either set theory or higher order logic, but these were recent developments as well. Logic, like the empirical science, was progressive and could be approached cooperatively by more than one investigator. In Our Knowledge and External World, 1914, Russell had even positioned logic as the focus of scientific method in philosophy. It is small wonder that those who were looking for something scientific in what was left of philosophy turned to logic. Wittgenstein's No Content Theory of Logic in the Tractatus 1921 was tantalizingly suggestive about how mathematics could be integrated into an overall empirical theory of the world. Wittgenstein also expressed a radical verificationism in the early 1930s in his conversation with Schlick, Weissman, and other members of the Vienna Circle. Many of the logical empiricists, in turn, could see in some version of the verificationism the ideal tool with which to carry out their anti-metaphysical program. There was naturally much left to accomplish, but even with Gödel results one could expect that further impressive strides in logic could be made. Indeed, much was accomplished even in the perfect account of scientific reasoning proved elusive. Perfection is elusive in all the science, but that is no reason for despair. Some major participants in the movement. The logical empiricist movement is the sum of the interwoven trajectories of its members. So one way of describing that movement is to trace those various trajectories. To do so in detail for all those involved would take rather longer than the movement lasted. That would be inappropriate for an entry in encyclopedia, especially one in which entries for many of the members will appear independently. The thumbnail sketches of the work of some of the represented figures below shows the breadth and international character of the movement. While the list is long, it covers only a small fraction of those involved and leaves out many important thinkers. Also note that most of these gentlemen lived quite long. A.J. Ayers, 1910 to 1989, an English philosopher in the tradition of British empiricism. Ayer visited Vienna Circle in 1932 to 3. His book, Language, Truth, and Logic, 1936, was a bestseller after World War II and represents logical positivism to many English speakers. Rudolf Carnap, 1891 to 1970, German by birth. He taught in Vienna, Prague, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He was one of the leaders of the Vienna Circle and of logical empiricism, especially of those within the movement whose formulations were liberal. With respect to the criterion of verification, he defended logical and methodological pluralism and worked to develop an epistemological approach to probability. He also was an editor and writer for most of the periodicals, so you see that he has opinions and ideas in almost all of these fields that we cover. Herbert Feigl, 1902 to 1988. Feigl studied in Vienna with Schlicht and Hahn. He immigrated to the U.S. before most other logical empiricists would do so. He is best known for his work in the mind-body problem. Philip Frank, 1884 to 1966. This Viennese physicist and philosopher of science taught at Vienna, Prague, and Harvard. He was part of a discussion group of Hahn, North, and other that preceded the Vienna Circle. At Harvard, he founded the Inner Scientific Discussion Group and developed into the Institute for the Unity of Science. He was also one of the founders of the Boston Colloquium of Philosophy of Science. Kierkegaard, 1906 to 1978. Born in what is now Slovakia, Gödel took his doctorate under Hahn in Vienna, studying with Carnap and Schlicht as well. He also regularly attended the Vienna Circle meetings and taught in Vienna. The bulk of his career was spent at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton. He is best known for his spectacular incompleteness theorem and his Platonist orientation towards mathematics. Though a participant in the logical empiricist movement in the Vienna years, Gödel thought that Carnap's approach to mathematics could be refuted. The alleged proof was not published in Gödel's lifetime remains controversial. Hans Hahn, 1879 to 1934, part of a group of Frank Neurath and others that discussed logical and methodological issues prior to World War I, chaired mathematics in Vienna in 1921. He was instrumental in bringing Schlick there in 1922 and was so called by Frank the actual founder of the Vienna Circle. His most famous student was Gödel. Karl Hempel, 1905 to 1997. Hempel studied in both Gothenburg and Berlin. Most of his doctoral work was completed under Reichenbach. When the latter was forced to leave Germany, Hempel taught at a number of American universities, most famously at Princeton and the University of Pittsburgh. He was the doctor-father of many prominent philosophers of science, and his work focused on confirmation, explanation, and concept formation. Kurt Lewin, 1890 to 1947, ended at MIT, credited with founding modern social psychology. He laid the foundation for what is now called sensitivity training as a way to combat religious and racial prejudice. Richard von Mises, 1883 to 1953, born in what is now Ukraine, brother of the economist and political theorist Ludwig Mises. Charles Morris, 1901 to 1979. Morris was an American pragmatist and philosopher of language at the University of Chicago when Carnap arrived there. These two, together with Neurath until the latter's death, were the chief editors of the Encyclopedia of Unified Science. Otto Neurath, 1882 to 1945, a member of the First Vienna Circle and a leader of the left wing of the Vienna Circle. He was also politically active. His main philosophical themes were physicalism, anti-metaphysics, and the unity of science. He was editor-in-chief of the Encyclopedia of Unified Science until his death. Paul Oppenheim, a successful industrialist, inherited a substantial fortune. He was a close friend of Einstein and helped initiate the Berlin Society of Empirical Philosophy. Oppenheim collaborated with many important logicians and philosophers of science in both Europe and the U.S. He also helped many escape Nazi oppression and continued his help in a variety of ways even after he settled in Princeton in 1939. Karl Popper, 1902 to 1994, born in Vienna with a doctorate there, Popper was intensely engaged in discussion with members of the Vienna Circle's main philosophical work, The Logic of Scientific Discovery, 1935, appeared in a series edited by Schlicht and Frank. However, he did not regularly attend meetings of the Vienna Circle and generally considered himself an outsider. Later, he claimed to have killed logical positivism. From Austria, Popper escaped to New Zealand and eventually to the London School of Economics, where he was knighted for his political writings. Hilary Putnam, 1926 to 2016. This American philosopher of science, mathematics, mind, and language earned his doctorate under Reichenbach at UCLA and subsequently taught at Princeton, MIT, and Harvard. He was originally a metaphysical realist, but then argued forcefully against it. He continued the pragmatic tradition and had been politically active, especially in the 1960s and 70s. W.V.O. Quine, 1908 to 2000. Born in the U.S., Quine took his doctorate and spent his entire career at Harvard. In 1932 to 33, he visited the Vienna Circle and then Carnap in Warsaw. For the next 6 years, he said he was a disciple of Carnap, and even after they began to disagree, Carnap set the agenda. Eventually, they clashed over analyticity, modality, and intentional context generally. Many similarities in the view of Neurath are apparent, especially on the issues of holism, underdetermination, and naturalism in epistemology. Hans Reichenbach, 1891 to 1953, founder and leader of the Berlin Society for Empirical Later Scientific Philosophy. He went to Turkey and then to UCLA. Among his many students were Hempel, Putnam, and Salman. And so almost all philosophy of science in the U.S. can trace its academic lineage to Reichenbach. Though interested in social and educational reform, he worked primarily in the philosophy of science. He developed and defended a frequency theory of probability and emphasized both scientific realism and the importance of causality in, and causal laws. Wesley Salmon, 1925 to 2001. Salmon was born in Detroit, and after initial interest in theology and earned his PhD under Reichenbach at UCLA, his interest centered on causality and explanation, and a statistical relevance model of explanation can be thought of as addressing and in large measure resolving the problem of a single case of frequency theories of probability. Mort Schlick, 1882 to 1936. Schlick was born in Berlin and eventually took his doctorate there in mathematical physics under Max Planck. He taught at a number of German universities before he was, at the instigation of Hans, called to the chair of philosophy of the inductive sciences at Vienna, a chair that was previously held by Boltzmann and Mach. Schlick was one of the first philosophers to write about Einstein's relativity theory. He was close to Wittgenstein and one of the conduits for the latter's strict verificationism. His work ranges from space and time to general epistemology and ethics. In 1936, he was assassinated on the steps of the university by a deranged student. Alfred Tarski, born and educated 1901 to 1983, born and educated in Warsaw, taught at the University of California and Berkeley for more than 30 years, was unclear whether he should be counted as a logical empiricist. He visited the Vienna Circle and hosted its members in Warsaw, and as the concept of truth and formalized language. 1936 was very influential in Carnap and the development of semantics among the logical empiricists generally. Friedrich Waismann, 1896 to 1959. Waismann was born in Vienna, earned his doctorate there under the direction of Schlicht in 1936. From 1926 to 1933, he held discussions with Wittgenstein, generally in the company of Schlicht, but also sometimes Carnap and Feigl. Waismann kept detailed minutes of the conversation. At one point, he and Wittgenstein contemplated a joint book, but Wittgenstein later changed his mind. Besides the printed text of the Tractatus, these conversations were the main conduit of Wittgenstein's ideas into the Vienna Circle. In 1937, Waismann was able to immigrate to England. After a couple of years at Cambridge, where he was shunned by Wittgenstein, he moved to Oxford, where he taught until his death. Ludwig Wittgenstein, 1889 to 1951. Born into an immensely wealthy Vietnamese family, Wittgenstein studied at Cambridge from 1911, where he formed friendship with Russell, Keynes, and more. His Tractatus Logico Philosophicus, 1921, which, among other things, tries to show that logic has no content, was enormously influential on many logical empiricists. Wittgenstein continued to spend much of his time in Austria, working variously as an elementary school teacher, a gardener, and as an architect of a house for his sister in Vienna. While there, he had influential discussions with Schlicht, Waismann, and others. From 1930, he held teaching positions at Cambridge and increasingly distanced himself from the logical empiricists. His later work focused on ordinary language and inspired many other philosophers as well. You note how long most of those people live. A few of them I didn't read even lived over 100 years old, and a lot of them stayed active and wrote, like Carnap. He wrote tens and tens of volumes, published in journals their whole life, and like KL was mentioning, most of the Feyerabend, most of the main philosophers of science in America were migrated from Europe and Germany and were trained in Germany before the war. Issues. Some salient issues. Clear away the misconceptions about them and sketch a bit how these issues were developed over time. The first is a related set of concepts: empiricism, verificationism, and anti-metaphysics. The second is the logical empiricist treatment of logic and mathematics as analytic. Third is the related issues of the unity of science and reduction. And finally comes the issue of probability. Empiricism, verificationism, and anti-metaphysics. Since antiquity, the idea of natural science rests importantly on experience has been non-controversial. The only real question about sources of scientific knowledge is, are there parts of science that do not rest on experience or rest also on something other than experience? If so, what account can we give for those parts? And to what extent that science does rest on experience, how can we know that it does? There's another question about science related to these, though not strictly about the source of science, and that is, why in making claims about the world should we be scientific as opposed to, say, mystical? The difficulty is that any scientific answer to the last question would reasonably be thought to beg the very question it purports to answer. Long before the 20th century, the prevailing opinion was that Euclidean geometry, standard mathematics, and logic did not rest on experience in any obvious way. They were largely presupposed in our empirical work, and it was difficult to see what, if anything, might disconfirm them. Geometry was a special case and might be handled in a different way than that we shall not discuss here. That leaves logic and mathematics. And Frege and Russell, if Frege and Russell were right, then mathematics could be thought of as expressing no more than logical truths and handled in whatever way logic was to be treated. For Frege, both mathematics and logic were analytic, but that, even if true, does not provide the needed answer. Wittgenstein's no content theory of logic suggests that all the real claims, the ones that had genuine content, could be appropriately supported by experience, and the logical and hence mathematical claims had no content to support. This seemed to open the way for a thoroughgoing empiricism in which logical and mathematical fit in with the ordinary claims of physics and biology in a harmonious way. The next subsection about analyticity discusses the question of whether the needed distinctions can be drawn. In developing his theory of types, Russell said, in effect, that some expression that seems to be sentences, in fact, say nothing at all. This is because, despite appearances, they are not grammatically well formed. Wittgenstein found this suggestive. In the Tractatus, he suggested that much else was nonsense, as well, including traditional metaphysics and supposed claims about the higher. When in the late 1929, Wittgenstein proposed, in conversation with Schlicht and Weissman, a strict verificationism as a basis for identifying the legitimate parts of discourse. This seemed to the logical empiricist to be a very attractive tool for setting aside the unscientific parts of philosophy. This does not mean, however, that all logical empiricists or even all members of the Vienna Circle accepted the strict verificationist view that in order to be meaningful, a claim must be implied by a finite number of observation sentence. Even though the observation sentences need not be true, the view had its drawback that so-called laws of nature would not be meaningful in this criterion. Schlick was prepared to bite the bullet and hold that laws were not statements at all but principles of inference. Others were not prepared to go so far and sought more liberal formulations. The more liberal or left wing of the Vienna Circle included Carnap, Philipp Frank, Hahn, and North. Carnap does not seem to have been a strict verificationist even in the Aflo in 1928. Over the years, many great different formulations of verificationist principles ensued. Most of them came to a bad end rather quickly, and this is sometimes taken as a convincing argument that any form of verificationism is utterly misguided. The central idea behind verificationism is linking some sort of meaningfulness with, in principle, confirmation, at least for synthetic sentences. The actual formulation embodied not only such a link, but various particular accounts of confirmation as well. Now, confirmation is a complex matter. It is unlikely that we shall have the final satisfactory account anytime soon. This should not persuade us, however, that there is no satisfactory account of confirmation any more than our current lack of the final physics should convince us that there is no physical facts of the matter. So even a string of failures in formulating verificationism principles may mean no more than that the embedded accounts of confirmation are too simple, but the link between meaningfulness and confirmation is nevertheless sound. Even if we set this caution aside, there may be parts of a persistently employed strategy that led to persistent failures. These parts and failures might be avoidable. To see how this may be so, we will compare what is perhaps the most famous formulation of the verificationist principle in Ayer's 1936 and the later one, Carnap, 1956. Ayer returned to England. He published Language, Truth, and Logic in 1936. Even immediately, it was widely discussed, and after the war, sales were spectacular. For many in England, the book was the epitome of logical positivism and remains so. Ayer was careful to restrict his criterion of meaningfulness to synthetic sentences and to demand only in principle confirmation. And the formulation seems very natural. Confirmation is a feature that applies to sentences or groups of them and not to subsentenal parts. And for an empiricist, the content that a synthetic sentence has would be empirical content. Other more elaborate formulation followed along the same lines, and other more elaborate counterexamples appeared just as fast. Hempel received the situation twice within about a year. First, he concluded that it was a lively and promising line of research, and he later concluded that it was not promising at all. In retrospect, it may be that the problem arises because we were led by the fact that confirmation is a feature that applies to whole sentences into thinking that the level at which to apply the criterion was the level of the whole sentence. Now, a sentence with meaningless parts might well pass some test, especially if the test involves it's being combined with other sentences that can have meaningless parts. So one way to avoid this difficulty is to try to find a formulation that applies to the test at the level of basic expression. Those can be thought of as not having parts, so to speak. This is a strategy that Carnap employed in the methodological character of theoretical concepts. Observational terms are assumed to have empirical content, logical terms are assumed to have none, and all defined terms are assumed to be replaced by their definitions. If for some basic non-logical term, there is a sentence that contains that term as its only non-logical element, and if that sentence applies some observational sentence, then that sentence has empirical content, and so does its only non-logical term. If we have established that each term for some set K is empirically significant, we might still test further terms by seeing whether those further terms can add to what is sayable in terms from K. Carnap's actual definition is quite complicated, but it does seem to avoid the difficulties of its predecessors. It allows an account of why those predecessors ran into trouble, that they applied at the level of whole sentences rather than elementary terms. Not long after Carnap's definition was published, Kaplan devised what seemed to be counterexamples. We need to address another issue considering verificationism. The persistent criticism is that it is self-undercutting. The argument for it claim goes like this. The principle claims that every meaningful sentence is either analytic or verifiable. Well, the principle itself is surely not analytic. We understand the meaning of the words in it perfectly well because we understand our own language, and we still do not think it is true, so it cannot be true in virtue of meaning, and is not verifiable either, whatever we choose verifiable to mean. This sounds more compelling than it is. Ayers understood the principle to be in definition, defining a technical term, meaning. If so, then the sentence expressing the principle would indeed be analytic. So the self-undercutting charge strictly fails, but so construed, and with nothing else said about it, the principle would not have the same punch as before. Why should a metaphysician care whether his or her utterance lacks some technical feature? Carnap explicitly takes this self-undercutting charge against verifiability in Philosophy and Logical Syntax, 1935, and he is not interested in introducing a new technical term, meaning, or in denying that this new technical property to unverifiable sentences. Carnap is careful to distinguish the language for which the verifiability principle is given from the meta language in which we talk about that language. The meta language would be the language in which the principle would be expressed. This may seem to offer another strategy against the self-undercutting charge because the principle applies to different language than that in which it is expressed. This is not Carnap's strategy. Carnap fully understands that if the general verification strategy is followed, there will also be verification as principle expressed in the meta language governing the meta language. Carnap's real defense of the principle was achieved by changing the nature of the discussion. By 1934, Carnap had introduced an important new element into his philosophy called the principle of tolerance. Tolerance is a radical idea. There's no uniquely correct logic. Empiricism is convention. Perhaps more precisely, each of the various versions of empiricism, including some sort of verificationism, is best understood as a proposal for structuring the language of science. Before tolerance, both empiricism and verificationism are announced as if they are simply correct. Correspondingly, what Carnap called metaphysics was then treated as though it were, as a matter of brute fact, unintelligible. But what is announced thus dogmatically can be rejected equally dogmatically. Once tolerance is in place, alternative philosophical positions, including metaphysical ones, are construed as alternative proposals for structuring the language of science. No theoretical argument or evidence can show that one of the proposed languages is the uniquely correct one, nor can theoretical arguments or evidence show that it is false. Neither proposals nor languages are the sort of things that should to be true or false. Instead, proposals call for practical decisions and practical arguments rather than for theoretical reasons or evidence. Carnap believes that there are indeed very good practical reasons for adopting the proposal of verificationism, for choosing a language of science in which all substantive synthetic claims can, at least in principle, be brought before the court of public experience. The reason is that if we do not require this, The result is wearisome controversies that there is no hope of resolving. That, he thinks, is a sad history of attempts to get beyond science, and it is just too painful. If the proposals constituting some version of verificationism are adopted, then in the language thus constituted, it will be analytically true that there are no synthetic sentences that are both unverifiable and meaningful. The notion of meaning here is not some new technical invention, rather, meaning is used in something like the ordinary sense. No grammatically well-formed sentence of this new language violates the verifiability principle, and the principle itself is completely safe. Though thought of in this way, the verifiable principle does not describe natural language. It is not intended to. It is intended to reform language to make it more useful tool for the purpose of science. Carnap is under no illusion that natural language are free from what seem to be metaphysical commitments, nor is he under the illusion that defenders of the sort of metaphysics he targets will readily step up to the challenge of presenting precise rules of grammar and inference. There's no reckoning of his defense of empiricism, but it is put on a somewhat different footing. It is important to emphasize that Carnap's principle of tolerance introduces a new conception of philosophy with wide-ranging implications beyond those just described concerning verification. The idea that philosophy is concerned with language and its analysis was not new. What is novel is the idea that what has been seen as philosophical claims were better understood as proposals for structuring the language of science, since these languages and the concepts they contained were to be thought of as tools, none of which was uniquely correct. The choice among the alternatives was practical decision about usefulness for certain purposes rather than a theoretical question. Philosophy still has important work to do. It can analyze existing concepts, and since many existing concepts are vague, it can also make them more precise in a variety of ways through explication. Philosophy can also investigate wholly new concepts. In all this, philosophy explores the consequences of structuring the language of science in this way or that. It becomes thus a kind of conceptual engineering. Conceptual analysis, explication, construction, and engineering continues to be fruitful ideas in philosophy, though it is not always understood how much of this was initiated or shaped by Carnap or other logical empiricists. Hey, Skyworks, thank you for tuning in. Analyticity. Logic, mathematics, and mathematical geometry has traditionally seemed to be conformationally different. Indeed, it is hard to indicate any conditions under which any part of them would be disconfirmed. Leibniz had called them truths of reason. Hume said that they represented relations of ideas. Kant had held that the truths in these areas were a priori. Mathematics and geometry were not analytic for Kant, but logic was. Kant had two criteria of analyticity, apparently thinking them equivalent. First, in subject-predicate sentences, an analytic sentence is one in which the concept of the predicate is contained in that of the subject. Second, an analytic sentence is one whose denial is self-contradictory. This seems to include not only the sentences whose surface logical form would be in the required sort, but also those that can be got from such logical truths by making substitutions that were conceptually equivalent. The more modern rough analog of this is to say that the analytic sentences are those that are true in virtue of logic and definition. Frege certainly developed logic beyond that which was available to Kant, but he did not think of himself as changing the analytical status of it. Logic is, after all, the only avenue we have for giving meaning to the notion of logical contradiction. Of course, Frege also attempted to reduce mathematics to logic, including both first order and second order logic. And insofar as that reduction was successful, it would have implied that mathematics was analytical as well. Frege said little of geometry, but for him, it was synthetic a priori. Carnap had not only studied with Frege, but like many of the logical empiricists, he started out as a neo-Kantian as well. So especially in view of Russell's relativity, more successful attempt at reducing mathematics to logic, it was perhaps natural that Carnap would consider both mathematics and logic as analytic. Geometry could be handled in several different ways that we will not discuss here, but from fairly early on, there was widespread agreement among the logical empiricists that there was no synthetic a priori, and that logic and mathematics, and perhaps much else that seemed impervious to empirical disconfirmation, should be thought of as analytic. The point of drawing The analytic-synthetic distinction, then, is not to divide the body of scientific truths or to divide philosophy from science, but to show how to integrate them into a natural scientific whole. Along the way, the distinction clarifies which inferences are to be taken as legitimate and which are not. If, as Carnap and North were, you are impressed by Duhemian arguments to the effect that general claims must be combined in order to test them. The analytic synthetic distinction allows you to clarify which combination or claims are testable. If analytic a sentence is true in virtue of the conventions of language. In saying that, however, we must pause to confront the two widespread confusion. First, Quine alleges that the notion of analyticity was developed and purports to explain for both Kant and Carnap how certainty is possible. In fact, certainty has little or nothing to do with analyticity for the leading logical empiricists. In saying that such claims are based on convention, they were explicitly calling attention to the reversibility of conventions and the sentences that owed their meanings to those conventions. Second, nowadays, any talk of convention is likely to prompt a response, but that cannot be. No proposition can be made true by our conventions or decisions, unless it is a proposition about conventions. This second sentence where the response is true, but is also completely irrelevant. Analyticity applies to sentences rather than propositions. Our conventions and decisions can and do affect what expressions mean, and thus what sentences mean. Once the meaning is specified, it may well be that any sentence that has meaning would be true, even if, for example, the point masses of the universe were arranged quite otherwise than they are in fact. These are analytic sentences. No claim is being made that meaning causes anything or that the convention makes anything true. The making image here is out of place. It is just that these cases, in truth value of the sentences, may well be functionally dependent on meaning alone. If it is, then in this special sense, truth value depends on meaning, and that depends on convention. Other sentences whose meanings are specified might well be true or false depending on how things in the external world, so to speak, are arranged. In this other category of sentence, the truth value is not functionally dependent on the meaning alone. They are the synthetic sentences. Now, this puts matters extremely informally, but at least the nature of the confusion over certainty and convention should be clear. In the logical syntax of language, 1934, Carnap defined analytic in a new way in order to circumvent Gödel's incompleteness result. This method used was to distinguish between a derivation relation, the relation that holds between some premises, and what can be got from them as a finite number of steps, the consequent relation. The latter is an essentially semantic relation that holds between some premise and some other claim such that all valuations under which the premises are true, so does that other claim. This definition bears a stronger resemblance to Tarski's account. In any case, Carnap is able to show that for any sentence of pure mathematics, either it or its negation is a consequence of the null set of premises. This leaves Gödel's results completely intact as they concern what is provable, that is derivable from the null set of premises, or from any one consistent axiomatization of mathematical truths. As noted above, another innovation of logical syntax is the principle of tolerance. While it reflects a long-standing attitude on Carnap's part, the principle itself is new. Later, Carnap would say the principle of tolerance was perhaps better called the principle of conventionality. That is, the conventionality of linguistic forms. Tolerance stabilizes the verification principle as well as Carnap's empiricism, and it reinforces the idea that analytic-synthetic distinction is always relative to the particular language. In the late 1950s, Carnap began exploring how a notion of analyticity might be developed for novel theoretical terms where the theories in which those terms are embedded are presented by means of a system of postulates. It is not clear that the account he developed was intended to supersede his earlier account. I discussed this ramification in yesterday's stream on the Vienna Circle. Quine began having doubt about analyticity about 1940, though he seems not to have been firmly committed against it until later. In any case, his doubts were not published until 1951 in his famous paper, Two Dogmas of Empiricism. Quine's readers have understood his arguments in many ways. The most general form of his complaint is that analytic so far lacks the appropriate tie to observational criteria that Carnap's own account of theoretical terms in empirical science would demand. More specifically, where there has been an attempt at such a general criterion, it has resulted in either a drastic failure, as tended to admit all or no sentence as analytic, or there has been a circularity of a kind that defines analytic in terms that themselves lack the appropriate empirical criteria and so can be accounted for only by appeal to analyticity itself. The complaint falls short, as Quine well understood, of a proof that Carnap's appeal to analyticity was doomed. First, it relies on the demand that theoretical terms must satisfy some empirical significance criterion. Many people at the time, including some who followed Quine, in rejecting analyticity, also rejected any general empirical significance demand for theoretical terms. Second, one could accept the demand for theoretical terms in physics or chemistry and deny, as Carnap did, that the demands applied to his own work. This is because Carnap saw himself as working in an area with mathematics rather than empirical linguistics. Third, Quine did not pretend to have considered all the possibilities for the explication of analyticity, and so it may be possible to meet Quine's demands to the extent that they are legitimate. Fourth, and finally, Quine seems in Roots of Reference 1974 to have provided an explication for analytic that meets his demand for empirical behavior criterion without inducing either the drastic failure or the circularity envisioned above. There is another somewhat independent thrust to Quine's campaign against analyticity. In the last section of Two Dogmas, Quine gives an extremely attractive sketch for an alternative epistemology that apparently makes no appeal to analyticity. Insofar as the sketch can be filled out successfully, it would constitute a dispensability argument against analyticity. Whether it can be thus filled out, however, remains to be seen. Quine's other provocative theses including especially his claims about the indeterminacy of translation, well relevant to his assessment of analyticity, would carry us too far afield to consider the ramifications here. As with most topics in philosophy, there is no uniform agreement in the literature as to whether the notion of analyticity is or can be made sufficiently clear for use in scientific philosophy, nor is there such agreement that Quine's epistemological sketch can be satisfactorily filled out. Both approaches have their defenders and their detractors, but between them, they seem to be the most promising avenues for integrating the logical, mathematical part of science with the more straightforward empirical part. Since Quine and Carnap can be argued to be within the logical empiricist tradition, this progress towards such unification can be counted as part of the legacy of the movement. Unity of science and reduction. It was the left wing of the Vienna Circle, and above all, Otto Neurath, that championed the unity of science. They all promoted physicalism, anti-foundationalism, generally naturalistic viewpoint. A main focus of their activities in the late 1930s was the Encyclopedia of Unified Sciences, edited by Neurath in Europe and Carnap and Charles Morris in Chicago. A great many philosophers and many different persuasions participated in that project. The project may have been unified science, but they did not have a completely unified view of what that project was. Here we discuss the Neurath and Carnap versions of it and see what their central concerns were. Neurath seems to have had two primary motivations to advance under the banner of the unity of science. First, he was concerned that there be no a priori methodological cleavage between the natural and social sciences. On the social scientific side, he was concerned that these sciences not condone some private, mysterious mode of insight, empathy, whose results could not be checked against more ordinary public observation. Such a methodology would be a harbor for metaphysics. On the natural scientific side, he was concerned to the point out that for Duhemian and other reasons, the situation is much messier than it is sometimes supposed, and so individualist comparisons by natural scientists at the expense of social science were unwarranted. Second, because Neurath was socially and politically engaged, he was concerned that the various sciences be connected in such a way that they could be used together to solve complex human and social problems. For this, considerable overlap of vocabulary was needed, and he called a universal jargon. In recent years, it is sometimes claimed that Neurath meant by the unity of science what some contemporary philosophers have defended as the disunity of science. One cannot rule this claim out a priori, but the often substantial differences among the current defense of disunity make evaluating this claim difficult. It is fair to say, however, that North was suspicious of the grand hypothesis familiar since the 19th century to derive all chemistry, biology, psychology, and social sciences in that order from a few basic principles of physics. It is unclear, however, that this stemmed from general opposition to system building, since he was eager to develop inferential connections among the various sciences. Perhaps this is better expressed as an opposition to speculative system building and to the idea that there is only one way of systematizing our science than to systematicity as such. Carnap's position of unity is different from Norof's, but they overlap. Carnap distinguished the unity of the language of science from the unity of the laws of science. He wanted to defend the former and to say what would be required for the latter. As far as the unity of language of science, Carnap did in the AFLO try to initiate a program for defining all of the scientific concepts on the basis of a very small number of basic concepts, perhaps only one basic concept that does not afford certain conceptual economy, but is now generally held by Carnap scholars that ontological reduction and reduction to phenomenalist basis was far from his motive. Carnap explicitly acknowledged that another system of definitions, one with physicalist basis, might also be possible. Instead of ontological economy and phenomenological basis, Carnap's project seemed to have been the more Kantian one of indicating how semantic intersubjectivity is possible. How can it be, even though I have only my own experience and you have only yours, we can nevertheless share a common body of concepts? The answer is given in terms of shared inferential structure and identifying any given concept with a unique place within that shared overall structure. This is a highly holistic conception of concepts that it depends on thinking of the body of scientific commitments as a whole as a unity. Aufbau was largely drafted before Carnap joined the Vienna Circle. Once there and under some influence from Norop, Carnap campaigned more intensely for physicalism and for the unity of science. They seem often to be on two sides of the same coin. From 1933 onward, there was a succession of monograph series within unified science in the title. Until his death in 1945, North was in each case the main editor and Carnap either the associate editor or one of the associate editors. The International Encyclopedia of Unified Science began in 1938 and is undoubtedly the most famous of these. Carnap's own essay on the topic, Logical Foundations of the Unity of Science, was printed as part of the very first number in the encyclopedia. The dates here are relevant because by the time of this essay, Carnap had already decided that theoretical terms could not in general be given explicit definitions in the observation language, even though the observation reports were already in a physicalist vocabulary. The partiality defined theoretical terms could not be eliminated. This seems to have caused Carnap no consternation at all, and it never seemed to have occurred to him that there was any conflict whatever between this result and the unity of science. This is because by this point the elimination of concepts was not the point of the exercise their inferential and evidential integration was. In the 1936-7 article Testability and Meaning, Carnap called the partial definitions themselves reduction sentences, and the system of definitions of theoretical terms, both partial and complete, as a reduction of theoretical terms to the observational basis. Plainly, he means by the word reduction something other than what we currently mean, not that there is anything univocal about the current use of the word. By reduction of vocabulary A to vocabulary B, Carnap means the specification of the inferential relations that would allow us to say that what sentences or combinations of sentences in A would count as evidence for sentences in B. This is also a key part of what Carnap means by the unity of language of science. The language of science is unified no matter how different and exotic its various technical vocabularies may be, when each of its terms is reduced to can be tested in a common public observation vocabulary. The call for the unity of the language of science then amounts to no more than the demand that the various claims of the separate sciences should be publicly testable in a common observational language. Controversies will, of course, arise as to what the observational vocabulary should be and what are the acceptable forms of linkage. Carnap's demand for unity in the language of science abstracts from those controversies to concentrate on the goal of public testability. That does not seem to be an unreasonable demand. The unity of the language of science, so far discussed, is quite different issue from the unity of the laws of science, and Carnap's attitude towards them are quite different. The latter issue concerns the extent to which the laws of one special science can be inferred from those of another. Carnap tries to articulate what would be involved in such unifications, but he now nowhere says that such unity is either possible or mandatory. Finding any sort of inferential connections among sets of laws would be welcome, of course, but the question of how much unity is there, if any, among the various sciences is an empirical question that philosophers are ill-equipped to answer. Philosophers should not make pronouncements, especially in advance of having putative laws in hand, either that scientific laws are unified or that they are not. A certain modest deference to empirical facts that philosophers generally do not have, again, does not seem unreasonable. Taking unity as a working hypothesis, as some philosophers have done, amounts to looking for inferential or nomological connections, even among various sets of laws, but not to the assertion that such connections will be found, even if we accept the idea that such connections would be welcome if found. The question of whether one should spend significant effort in looking for them is not thereby answered. That would be difficult and delicate practical question of how to apportion one's research effort that for the purposes of this essay we must set aside. Probability. There are two broad approaches to probability represented in logical empiricism. One of these, so-called frequentist approach, has an extensive 19th century history and was further developed from about 1920 onward by Richard von Mises and Hans Reichenbach. The other is the epistemic approach to probability. This goes back to at least the Platts at the end of the 18th century. In the 20th century, Rudolf Carnap, who explored what he called logical probability, and Frank Ramsey and Richard Jeffrey, whose accounts can be distinguished from Carnap's and are often called subjective probability, all defended the epistemic approach. While Ramsey visited the Vienna Circle, he was not much influenced by its members on these matters. By contrast, Jeffrey studied and later corroborated with Carnap, but also made significant contributions on his own. It is natural to begin thinking about probabilities with a simple mathematical account that takes its point of departure of various games of chance. In this context, it is convenient to take the probability of a kind of outcome to be the ratio of such outcomes to all possible outcomes. Usually for reasons of symmetry in the physical setup, the possible outcomes are assumed to be equally likely. These facts suggest both two limitations of the simple account and the beginnings of a way around them. The first limitation is that the account applies only where the outcomes can be partitioned into alternatives that are equally likely. The second limitation is that the account, in describing the possible outcomes as equally likely, implicitly appeals to the very probability notion for which clarification was sought. The realization that we can sometimes discover the falsehood of the assumption of equal likelihood and make a much more reasonable estimate of probability by making a large number of trials is very suggestive. And from his dissertation on Word, Reichenbach worked out a variety of imagined physical models that could guide one's thinking about probability in useful ways. The result is what is often called the frequency theory of probability, or sometimes the statistical frequency theory or the limit frequency theory. Notwithstanding these limitations, on an actual series of trials, one can imagine an infinite series of trials and define a notion of probability with respect to it. This raises its own difficulty, namely that ratios are not defined for infinite collections. They would be defined, however, for any finite initial segment of such an infinite series, thus giving a sequence of ratios. While probability, thus defined, has a somewhat counterfactual character, this is not an obvious defect. Moreover, this notion of probability applies perfectly well to biased coins and loaded dice as well as to radioactive decay. On the surface, at least, it also seems to avoid using the notion of probability in its own definition, and in these respects, it seems to be an important improvement over the simple mathematical models with which we begun. The definition locates the probability objectively out of nature, so to speak, and this comports well with Reichenbach's scientific realism. A problem that remained troublesome concerns the fact that one often wants to assign probabilities to particular events that in the nature of things cannot be repeated in all their particularity. This is unclear how a frequency theory of probability is to be applied to such individual cases. This is often called the problem of the single case. It is a little difficult to assess how serious this is because in actual practice, we often have no difficulty making probability assignments to single cases. Even if we are comfortable with this practice, however, it is another matter to say why this should give us a reasonable estimate of the value of the limit involved in a logically impossible infinite sequence. This problem of the single case was much discussed, and Wesley Salmon made progress in dealing with it. Indeed, Salmon account of statistical explanation can be viewed as substantial mitigation of the problem of the single case. There are residual differences in making estimates of the probabilities on the basis of finite evidence. The problem is that even when we are assured that the sequence of ratios has a limit, we have no a priori grounds for saying how close the current ratio is to that limit. We can boldly estimate the limit by means of the so-called straight rule. This just takes the most recent ratio as the desired estimate. This is a good practical solution where the number of trials is already high, but this does not really say why the estimate should be good, how good it is supposed to be, or how many trials would be high enough. In addition, the straight rule can yield counterintuitive results when a number of trials is too small. Though there are these issues outstanding, frequency theory defines a concept of probability indispensable for quantum theories and for a wide variety of other applications in the natural and social science. It was not the only concept of probability to be developed by the logical empiricist tradition. The primary other such concept was the epistemic conception of probability. We will begin with Carnap and then move to those who developed a subjectivist account. Carnap, in addressing a different issue, then was addressed by von Mises and Reichenbach. Instead of focusing on physical phenomena and ratios between them, Carnap focused on arguments and takes his point of view of departure, the widespread conviction that some arguments are stronger in varying degrees than others, even for the same conclusion. Similarly, some bodies of evidence can give us more reasons to believe a given conclusion than would another body of evidence. Carnap set his task the development of quantitative concept of probability that will clarify and explicate these widespread convictions. Such a quantitative concept would be an extraordinary useful tool, and it would be useful successor to our ordinary, somewhat scattered notions of confirmation and induction. Carnap approaches the problem by first considering extremely limited artificial languages and trying to find a confirmation function that will work for that. If he succeeds, he would then try to develop an account that would work for a broader and richer range of languages. In this, his approach is like that of a physicist developing a physical theory for the highly artificial situation of a billiard table or air track, and then broadening the theory to deal with a wider range of cases. In Carnap's case, however, it was somewhat unclear what success would be in an artificial language very much unlike our own. In any case, Carnap is not trying to describe our linguistic habits, but to clarify or even to replace them with something more useful. As early as logical syntax, Carnap has suggested that Wittgenstein's remark in the Treatise about ranges might be a starting point for thinking about probability. By 1945, Carnap also distinguished between two approaches described here, insisting that they were not competitors, but were attempting to explicate two different concepts of probability. One need not choose one as the only concept. Both concepts were useful. Reichenbach, by contrast, never conceded that both concepts were needed and insisted that his frequency notion could serve all epistemic purposes for which any notion of probability is needed. Carnap's general strategy was first to identify a broad class of confirmation functions, as subjectivists Ramsey and De Finetti were also to do, and then find a natural way of limiting this class still further. The confirmation functions have to meet some basic mathematical conditions. The axioms that state these conditions partially define a function, and this function can be interpreted in a number of ways. Carnap himself lists three. John Kameny, one of Carnap's corroborators and later a co-inventor of basic programming language, and still later president of Dartmouth College, gave an argument that persuaded Carnap that it was more fruitful to think of the function as indicating fair betting quotients rather than evidentiary support. This took Carnap even closer to the conception, to the work of such subjectivists as Ramsey and De Finetti. Indeed, the discussion of fair betting quotients and related issues of Dutch book arguments has been initiated by De Finetti. In Logical Foundations of Probability, 1950, Carnap had discussed Bayes' theorem and promised to expand the discussion in a second volume. Carnap's interest in Bayesianism grew, but that second volume never materialized, quite possibly because rapid development of the field was still underway at the time of Carnap's death, and his work proceeded As his work proceeded, Carnap tended to explain probabilities by reference to events and propositions rather than speak overtly about sentences. A similarly change appeared in the rest of Carnap's work as well. It is not clear, however, whether this amounts to a major change of view or a change in what he sees as the most uh, felicitous mode of expression. As the years progressed, Carnap tended to see the remaining differences between himself and his subjectivist co-workers as chiefly differences in emphasis. In any case, the subjectivist tradition is now dominant in philosophical discussions and probability. Richard Jeffrey, whose own work arose out of logical empiricism, carried out that tradition for 35 years after Carnap's death. Jeffrey himself made major contributions, including the principle for updating one's belief when the evidence one learns is not certain. The world knows this principle is Jeffrey's conditionalization. He called it simply probability kinematics. Popper's view on probability, his propensity theory, differs from either of the two approaches discussed above. Unlike the epistemic approach of Carnap and others, Popper was not trying to clarify inductive relations because he did not believe that there are inductive inferences. Theories can be corroborated by their passing severe test, but they are not thereby inductively confirmed or made more probable. For a discussion of whether there are any significant similarities between Popper's idea of corroboration and the idea of inductive confirmation that he rejects. Propensities are thought of as tendencies of a physical event or state to produce another event or state, because propensities are to be features of external events and not, to use Hume's phrase, relation of ideas. The propensity theory and the statistical frequency theory are sometimes grouped together as accounts of chance. Popper has specifically applied propensities to single non-repeatable events, and that suggests the concept of propensity does not involve any essential reference to long sequences of events. Popper has also taken propensities as producing outcomes with a certain limit frequency. This does suggest a rather closer tie to the statistical frequency approach. Later philosophers developed both sorts of propensity theories, single class theories and long run theories. Impact. In 1967, John Passmore reported that logical positivism then is dead, or as dead as philosophical movements ever becomes. Earlier in the same article, he had equated logical positivism with logical empiricism, so presumably that was dead too. At that time, few would have disagreed with Passmore, even though Carnap was still alive and active. But in speaking of the movement, Passmore was referring not to a movement, but to a specific doctrines, and his interpretation of them was much influenced by Ayer. Even so, Passmore conceded that the movement has left a legacy and that the spirit which inspired the Vienna Circle persisted. It still does. Part of the movement's legacy lies in the contemporary philosophy of science. In the U.S., nearly all philosophers of science can trace their academic lineage to the Reichenbach. Most were either his students or students of his students, and so on. His scientific realism inspired a generation of philosophers, even those clearly outside the movement. Even the reaction against various forms of realism that have appeared in recent decades have roots in the logical empiricist movement. Moreover, philosophers of science are expected to know a great deal of the science about which they philosophize, and to be cautious in telling practicing scientists what concepts they may or may not use. In these respects, and other contemporary philosophers promote a kind of naturalism, and by doing so, they follow both the precept and the example of the logical empiricist. There are other issues where the legacy of logical empiricists are still visible. Two different approaches to the probability are still under discussion. One of them explores the objective chances of external events. This investigation follows in the tradition of the frequency theory of Reichenbach and von Mises. The second approach has an epistemic conception of probability as exemplified by Carnap. But although the technical contributions of Carnap and his school remain of considerable interest today, Carnap's most lasting influence was more subtle, but also more important. He largely shaped the way current philosophy views the nature and role of probability, in particular its widespread acceptance of the Bayesian paradigm. There's also continuing concern for how the various sciences fit together. Some scouted theoretical unification, and others a more pluralistic model, just as logical empiricists did. There was for a while a vogue for the disunity of science. Some even said that their conception of the disunity of science is just what North meant by the unity of science. Parts of the discussion were intended as challenges to logical empiricism, but often the arguments were pioneered by logical empiricism itself. For the 30 years after Passmore's report, metaphysics became even more visible in philosophy. It was a diverse development, but in the self-conception of many of its most prominent practitioners, there was no attempt to shun science or logic or to think that metaphysics had access to facts that were deeper than or beyond those of proper science could reach. So the metaphysics that blossoms was not necessarily of the sort that Carnap, North, and Reichenbach and others combated. Finally, in contemporary metaphilosophical, variously logical empiricist ideas on ontology, explication, and philosophy as conceptual engineering continue to be of interest. Even in its heyday, many philosophers who either doctrinal or sociological grounds can be grouped with the logical empiricists did not see themselves that way. We should not expect philosophers today to identify with the movement either. Each generation finds its place by emphasizing its differences from what has gone before, but the spirit of the movement still has its adherents. There are many who value clarity and who want to understand the methodology of science, its structure and prospects. There are many who want to find a natural home within a broad conception of science for conceptual innovation, for logic and mathematics, and for their own study of methodology. And importantly, those who see in science a prospect for the intellectual and social reform, and who see in their own study of science some hope in freeing us all from the merely habitual way of thinking by which we are now possessed. These are the motives that define the movement called logical empiricism. As Twain might have said, the reports of its death are greatly exaggerated. Okay, so thanks for sticking with me, everyone who's watching. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope this useful to other people besides me. So I've been going on for over 4 hours. I'm not going to read through the measurement in science. Just show people here. I have like 20 more things here from the Stanford Encyclopedia I've been looking through. So hopefully I'll continue on Sunday with another reading, and Passover's coming up, and so hopefully after Passover I'll be able to work out with Jennifer a regular day. Maybe it'll be Thursday, or if she could get Sunday back for week in review. And this research will hopefully be valuable. I really want to get this right. I want to pound this into my own head. Anyone else who's following my content, who wants to study along with me, or join these circles, kind of like the Vienna Circle, was a weekly meeting in Berlin, or in the Royal Society. So I put myself out here and just do these bi-weekly readings. Really try to put forward some research, and so this is largely the due diligence. So through the first 4 parts, I'm covering the main elements of the philosophy of science through logical empiricism, logical positivism, and there's more important parts. So I put like the whole 10 series, and maybe on Sunday I'm going to talk about measurement. Maybe I'll talk about Karl Popper and physicalism. That physicalism may be one of the dominant theories. We see the development, and specifically kind of like the waxing and waning of certain ideas of the rise and fall and re-rise of metaphysics, and at some point metaphysics and philosophy informing science, and now science informing metaphysics and philosophy, and even from a period of time where it looked like the death of philosophy, and that the only philosophical truths would be the ones that are informed by science, to nowadays you have a certain push-pull interplay between philosophy and science. And the most important probably aspect is the unification attempts. So say like theories of everything, unity of science as a scientific endeavor or a philosophical endeavor, or that endeavor should be classified in the philosophy of science. When we talk about the unity of science, there's an element of scientists that these days are mostly specialized in certain fields. So the unity of science is more the field of philosophy of science. So yeah, I think like me and Jennifer, if we resolve our dispute, and that's why I was saying, like, I was calling her a category error, but saying she's making a category error by placing herself in science as opposed to the philosophy of science. And so if you want to make advancements on the unity of science, it has interplay. So, the science is important. However, it's more within the category of philosophy of science. And then also the nature of the scientific effect on other fields like politics, psychology. We've seen a lot in these readings, a lot of talk of psychology and biology. So I'm going to have to return to biology, psychology, and neuroscience before the completion of the program. So I'll probably wait till after Passover, but it's possible I'll try to throw one thing in before Passover about biology or neuroscience, to say that biology is different than physics and even chemistry. Kant talks about chemistry and biology and psychology, and now science, engineering includes biology. But from the philosophical perspective, chemistry is weaker than physics, and biology is weaker than chemistry, and psychology is generally considered weaker than even biology, although some people put psychology in a different category. And talk about measurement. We'll talk about psychometrics and also things like economics, where you could apply the scientific method to economics, to politics, and important fields. So like you see in the debate circuits, like modern day debate, or Crucible, like Destiny, like, put your study. Where's your study? In the way they're asking, like, what's your scientific evidence? Well, we're talking about sociology and politics. Why are you asking for scientific evidence? And what they mean by that is a study, and the study is somewhat subjected to the scientific method published in peer review, but goes more into the Carnap and the Bayesian statistical methods. And the main element of the scientific aspect of politics and sociology is statistical methods. So that will be an issue that we're going to talk about more, and it's very important for the philosophy of science, this feedback mechanism for how science has changed all fields. And we talk at length about the unity in science today. And so Carnap talked about the unity in language and an actual, let's say, scientific unity, which might be in mathematical formulation or models or some sort of interplay. And we mean, like, even within physics or biology, we use the same term in physics, chemistry, biology, maybe like an atom or a particle, but they might mean different things. And even within various fields, like of physics, the same term might mean something different, let alone from different fields. To some extent, like Carnap's vision of a unity in scientific language has been accepted, and that's the concept of studies and mostly statistical methods. Bayesianism, like active inference, is heavily reliant upon Bayesianism, and as is most social science and politics, statistical iterative methods. And hopefully we'll get into more recently, like machine learning and algorithms. So, now, like, statistics is extremely important, statistical methods and algorithms that a computer could operate iteratively. And we'll talk more about, science in terms of accuracy and precision, that the scientific method allows us to move towards truth with it extending accuracy and precision. We talked about the Marburg and Cohn, where Herman Cohn was in the Marburg School, was talking about truth in science. Well, scientific theories are always changing. However, they have some semblance of truth, and also generally a projection towards closer and closer understanding of the truth. Even within the Kuhnian paradigms of scientific revolutions, that revolutions theoretically are always taking us closer to the truth, and advancements made in normal times of science are getting us closer to the truth, giving us more precision and accuracy. And so when I talk about the multiple truth hypothesis, truth is an interesting word and it's hard to define. And you saw the word truth was used in some of these languages, like in terms of unity science, like some people use truth within science. Um, but your truth could be used just within logic, like it's true, so to say, because it meets logical consistency. Um, but then in terms of abstraction of something being logical, it could be hypothetical, uh, theoretical mathematics, and say, well, it's theoretically mathematically true, but does it have a real world empirical comparison, and like in model theory with the model and the target system. So there's a lot to cover, and I'm putting a lot of information out there. um, I feel already just 4 into this is I really improved my thought. Like they don't really even know. I don't even think University of Michigan offers a course. They might offer a course on the philosophy of science, um, but so this is advanced academic study, although to some extent you it looks like University of Michigan has a course, epistemology and philosophy of science. So I don't think they have a degree in it, and it's within the Department of Psychology. I mean, of philosophy, and and it's a higher 400 level course. So you could possibly be a high school student, because there's not necessarily precursory information, and understand a large amount of this. But it's an advanced subject, and it's something that doesn't even exist. University of Michigan does not even have a department for the philosophy of science. There's only a handful of universities across the world that have department or degree in the philosophy of science. And when the multiple truth hypothesis is actually, I said it derives from religion. And so when I talk about mystical, metaphysical, spiritual, dualism, things get extremely complicated. So that's why I first, grounded in the science. What can science tell us? What can it not tell us? And then look at other sources of truth. And you were talking about disunity in science, where we're saying, well, pluralism, metapluralism, to say that there may not be a method to unify science. There may not be one truth. There might be a reality of a pluralism of theories that explain different phenomena that can't be unified. And that's really the necessity for something like the multiple truth hypothesis, is maybe a method, if you still believe in the unification of science, that in the meantime, you need something like the multiple truth hypothesis on the journey to the unification of science, or in the rejection of the unification of science and the recognition of a plurality of theories. So you have a plurality of theories within one subfield. So just within physics, you have a plurality of competing theories that self-contradict each other, let alone between disciplines, like physics and chemistry, and ecology and geology and biology. Uh, we talked a lot also, like Kant. We talked about the science of history, and the multiple truth hypothesis when we go back to understanding history, where things are not as definitive and not as easy to test, and the evidence is limited. And but so to say, the truth in history, fact checks, verification, and somewhat an application of the scientific theory. Jennifer was saying, for her, science is just mean a model that makes predictions. And so we'll talk about Popper soon and the demarcation problem of saying that what is scientific and what is not scientific is a model that makes predictions enough. And we're going to return in depth to model theory. And as we get towards the end, that's going to be one of the big topics is model theory. What are the various ways of making scientific models, and if different fields or methodologies use different models, how do you compare models across disciplines, especially if the models use different methodologies? And that's another intention behind the multiple truth hypothesis. So appreciate people who turned in. Hope they benefited from this. I'm gonna keep on going with this. I'm feeling good about it. Ben, thanks for tuning in. Schopenhauer's will. I haven't read much of Schopenhauer. We talked a little bit about Schopenhauer, and he's important for the philosophy of certain elements of the philosophy of science, and certainly like logic and mathematics, but more political science and things like will. So I'm not an expert on Schopenhauer. I'm a dualist, not a monist. So generally, I'm not sure I'd call myself a Cartesian dualist, but I believe in two separate realms: the material realm and I'll call the spiritual realm. And I understand science to be the laws of the material realm. So I could have some sympathies towards various monist theories in some way that like to demarcate the difference between monism and dualism is quite difficult. And there's different schools of monism, and that's actually a topic I plan on returning to also. Like I talked about like Whitehead and Bertrand Russell have a form of monism, and Leibniz, obviously his book Monadology, and but you have to look more into it. So it could be I'm going to have to skip Schopenhauer. There's a lot of names and a lot of thinkers, and time is limited. So you're just looking at covering some of the stuff that like I look at some of these like the history of philosophy, and like like YouTubers have been doing it, like college professors. It'd be like 100 courses, and like I'm doing the like 4-hour streams. You have divided these into like topics, or I was lecturing, saying after and I'm not an academic like that, part of a academic institute. So there's a lot of information I'm gonna have to leave out. But you can join my Discord if you want to talk about it more, or I'm always interested in learning more. And people think things are important, I might look into it, and various things. So let me sign off because been rambling for 4.5 hours, and grab a bite to eat. Hopefully, I'm going to stream another one on Sunday, and then it might be till after Passover, take a few week break, and then we'll see what's going on with Jennifer if we'll return to week in review. So God bless everybody. Have a great night. Thanks for tuning in. I'll also timestamp it hopefully by tomorrow, and appreciate the feedback. And Chicago, thanks for tuning in again, and God bless.